On the 4th of May, 1903, Judge James B. Markham stood on the steps of the Breathitt County Courthouse. He was a man of the law, a symbol of order in a land that had forgotten the meaning of the word. A single shot echoed from a nearby window, sharp and final. The judge staggered back into his own courthouse and fell dead, a public execution designed to send a chilling message. In this corner of Kentucky, the only law that mattered came from the barrel of a gun. This was not an isolated act. It was a declaration of war in a place that had already earned its name, bloody Breathitt. Was this a county of savages, or was it a place where honorable men were locked in a desperate battle for the very soul of the mountains? The truth, as always, is far more complicated and far more terrifying. Today, we trace the story of how power, greed, and an ancient code of honor turned a quiet county into a battlefield. To understand the blood that was spilled, you must first understand the ground that soaked it up. Late 19th century Breathitt County was a world unto itself, a labyrinth of fog-choked hollows and ancient hills that guarded its secrets fiercely. It was a place where the rhythms of life were dictated by the seasons, not by the clocks of a distant government. The people here were bound to the land and to each other by ties of blood and shared hardship. They were proud, self-reliant, and deeply suspicious of any authority that didn't carry their last name. The deepest scar on the soul of these mountains was the Civil War. Kentucky was a border state, a fractured land where loyalties were a personal and often fatal choice. In Breathitt, neighbor fought neighbor, and in some tragic cases, brother fought brother. When the official war ended, the fighting did not. Men returned home not to peace, but to simmering resentment. They brought their rifles with them, along with the grim knowledge that violence was a swift and effective way to settle a dispute. The old Union and Confederate grudges never truly died. They just became the fault lines for the family wars that would follow. This brutal history reinforced an older, unwritten law, the Code of the Mountains. In this isolated world, family was everything. It was your government, your army, and your only true safety net. An insult delivered to your cousin was an insult delivered to you, and it demanded an answer. Justice wasn't something you waited for a judge in a powdered wig to dispense. It was something you took yourself, often at the end of a path with a rifle in your hands. This wasn't seen as murder, it was seen as balancing the scales. This code was born of necessity. When your nearest neighbor is a mile away and the county seat is a day's hard ride, you learn to solve your own problems. A man's word was his bond, and his honor was his most valuable possession, worth more than his land, his livestock, or even his life. To have it challenged publicly was an unforgivable offense. It was this fierce, uncompromising sense of personal honor that would serve as the trigger for so much of the violence to come. Into this crucible of old wounds and rigid honor, a new element was introduced: progress, or what passed for it. Timber and coal barons from the north began to see the mountains not as a home, but as a treasure chest to be plundered. The railroad snaked its way into the hollows, bringing with it outside money, slick lawyers, and a lust for the region's vast natural wealth. Suddenly, control of the local courthouse wasn't just about settling local disputes. It was about controlling land deeds, mineral rights, and fortunes beyond imagination. This collision of worlds created the men who would fight the Breathitt County War. They were forged by the Civil War's lingering hatreds, governed by an ancient code of clan loyalty, and now tempted by a wave of new greed. They were men who believed their honor was worth dying for, and who were now being told that their entire world was for sale to the highest bidder. The storm was inevitable. Before the assassinations and the arrival of the state militia, there was a tense, fragile peace in Breathitt County. You have to imagine the town of Jackson in those days, a place of dusty streets and watchful eyes, where the future of the entire region was being decided not in an election booth, but in the quiet conversations held in hotel lobbies and general stores. It was a community living on a powder keg, but for a time, it was still a community. At the center of one world, was Judge James "Jim" Hargis. To his enemies, he was a tyrant, a corrupt political boss who ruled with an iron fist. But to his supporters, and there were many, he was the patriarch of Breathitt County. The Hargis Hotel wasn't just a building, it was the capital of an unofficial kingdom. On any given day, you could find Jim Hargis there, holding court. A farmer might come to him to settle a land dispute. A young man might ask for a loan to start a family. Hargis was the law, the bank, and the government all rolled into one. He understood the mountain people because he was one of them. He provided a kind of stability, a predictable order. It was his order, to be sure, but in a chaotic world, that was something. He had built a dynasty of power, and he aimed to protect it and the people who lived under his influence. On the other side stood men like Judge James B. Markham and Ed Callahan. They represented a different vision for the mountains. Markham wasn't a patriarch, he was a lawyer. He believed in the power of books, of precedent, of a justice that was blind and applied equally to all men, regardless of their last name. He saw the Hargis machine as a cancer, a corrupting force that kept Breathitt County trapped in a cycle of poverty and violence. He fought his battles in the courtroom, armed with legal briefs and righteous indignation, seeking to dismantle the little Tsar's empire from within. Ed Callahan was the embodiment of that same fight, but he met it on the streets. He was a respected and fearless lawman, a man who believed his badge should mean something. Where Hargis commanded loyalty through favors and fear, Callahan earned respect through raw courage. He was the man who would walk into a saloon to disarm a drunkard when no one else dared, the man who would serve a warrant on a known killer. He and Markham were the face of the Reform Party, and they were fighting for a future where a man's success depended on his merits, not on his allegiance to a political boss. For a while, these two worlds coexisted. The Hargis men would walk on one side of the street, the Callahan men on the other. Business was conducted, families were raised, and life went on under a veneer of civility. But everyone knew the peace was hollow. These were not just two political factions, they were two fundamentally different futures vying for control of the same small patch of earth. One side was fighting to protect the world they had built, the other was fighting to build a new one. Both believed they were in the right. And in the mountains of Kentucky, when two sides both believe they are right, the result is almost always bloodshed. But peace is a fragile thing, and in every great tragedy, there is a crack in the armor of the men who stand at its center. For James Hargis, that flaw was a pride as old and unyielding as the mountains themselves. His control over Breathitt County was not a political office, it was his birthright. He had built his world through sheer force of will, and he could not tolerate the slightest challenge to his authority. To him, opposition was not a difference of opinion. It was a declaration of personal war. This wasn't the hot-headed pride of a young brawler. It was a cold, calculating force. They say that years earlier, a merchant in town had dared to publicly support one of Hargis's political rivals. Hargis didn't send men with guns. He did something far worse. He quietly passed the word. The man's credit was cut off at the bank. His suppliers suddenly had trouble filling his orders. Friends who had known him for 20 years would cross the street to avoid speaking to him. Within a year, the man was bankrupt and broken, forced to leave the county in shame. Jim Hargis didn't just defeat his enemies, he unmade them. This absolute refusal to share or cede power was his great strength, and it would become the engine of the coming war. The fatal flaw of the reformers, of men like Judge Markham and Ed Callahan, was the mirror image of Hargis's pride. It was a rigid, almost naive faith in the power of the law itself. They truly believed that the system, if followed correctly, was strong enough to protect them. They believed that a court order held more power than a Winchester rifle, and that a properly filed indictment could bring down a king. They saw the corruption of the Hargis machine and believed they could dismantle it piece by piece with the tools of their trade: legal arguments, witness testimony, and appeals to a higher authority. When the threats against them began, whispered in the street and delivered in unsigned notes. Their response was to seek injunctions and write letters to the governor in Frankfurt. They trusted in a process that Jim Hargis had spent a lifetime learning how to manipulate and control from the inside. They were honorable men trying to play by the rules in a game where their opponent had already burned the rulebook. This faith in paper and ink, in a world that still answered to lead and steel, would prove to be a fatal miscalculation. And so the stage was set. On one side, a man whose pride would not allow him to bend. On the other, men whose principles would not allow them to break. It was a collision of two opposing kinds of stubbornness, two incompatible definitions of justice. In the suffocating quiet of the Kentucky mountains, there was no longer any room for compromise. A single spark was all that was needed to make the whole valley burn. The spark finally landed in 1902. It wasn't a public argument or a contested election. It was the sharp, ugly crack of a rifle in the dark. The target was James Cockrell, the town marshal of Jackson. But Cockrell was more than just a lawman. He was Jim Hargis's right hand. He was the muscle that backed up the little Tsar's quiet orders, the walking, breathing symbol of the Hargis machine's control over the streets. When Cockrell walked by, people understood who was in charge. His authority flowed directly from the rocking chair in the Hargis Hotel. One evening, he was cut down from ambush. It was a classic feud-style killing, a shot from the shadows, with no warning and no chance to fight back. In the code of the mountains, this was more than murder. It was an act of profound disrespect. It was a message, written in gunpowder and blood, sent directly to Jim Hargis. It said, "Your man is not safe. Your power is not absolute. Your walls can be breached." For a man like Jim Hargis, whose entire world was built on a foundation of unshakable authority, this was the ultimate insult. His pride, the very core of his being, had been publicly challenged in the most brutal way imaginable. This wasn't a legal matter to be sorted out by investigators and juries. This was a personal attack on his house, his name, and his honor. The gears of the official law were too slow, too uncertain. The only justice that mattered now was the swift, terrible justice of the clan. The Hargis faction didn't wait for proof. In their minds, there was only one group with the motive and the audacity to carry out such an act: the Callahan-Markham reformers. The accusation was made instantly and publicly. The word went out through the hollers and across the ridges. The opposition had crossed a line from which there could be no return. They had spilled first blood. That single shot changed everything. It tore away the thin veil of civility that had covered the county's tensions. The conflict was no longer about politics or legal maneuvering. It had become a blood feud. The time for filing motions in court was over. The time for filing coffins had begun. The cycle of vengeance, that terrible grinding engine of mountain warfare, had been switched on. And once it starts, it doesn't stop until it runs out of bodies to consume. In the days that followed James Cockrell's murder, a heavy silence fell over Breathitt County. It was the silence of a held breath, the kind of quiet that comes before a lightning strike. The elders of the community, men who still carried the scars of the Civil War, saw the signs. They had seen this kind of storm gather before. Preachers took to their pulpits, pleading for peace. Respected old men, who owed allegiance to neither faction, went as intermediaries, their hats in their hands, begging for calm and reason. They warned that this was a fire that, once lit, would consume the innocent along with the guilty. These warnings fell on deaf ears. They went to the Hargis Hotel and spoke to the little Tsar himself. Jim Hargis would listen to them patiently, his face a mask of cold granite. He would offer them a drink, thank them for their concern, and then show them the door. In his mind, their pleas for peace were an insult. How could there be peace when his man lay in the ground, struck down from the dark? To compromise now, to let the matter be handled by a slow and corruptible legal system, would be a show of weakness. It would be an admission that his power, his very authority over the county, could be challenged with impunity. His response was not to de-escalate, but to tighten his grip. Known gunmen and loyalists, men like Curtis Jett and Tom White, began to appear more frequently on the streets of Jackson, their presence a silent promise of retribution. On the other side, the same desperate pleas were made to Judge Markham and Ed Callahan. Friends and family begged them to be careful, to leave town for a while and let the situation cool down. A living dog is better than a dead lion, they were told. But their own unbending principles made this impossible. Judge Markham saw it as his sworn duty to uphold the law, especially when it was under attack. To flee would be to surrender the courthouse and the very idea of justice to the forces of intimidation. He believed with every fiber of his being that the shield of the law was strong enough to protect him. Ed Callahan, a lawman to his core, refused to be intimidated. He continued his patrols, served his warrants, and walked the streets of Jackson as if nothing had changed. He rejected the idea of surrounding himself with a heavy guard, arguing that a sheriff who had to hide behind a wall of rifles was no sheriff at all. They put their faith in the system. They wrote letters to the governor detailing the threats. They tried to empanel a grand jury. They fought back not with guns, but with affidavits and legal motions, believing that the truth written on paper would ultimately prevail over the lies whispered in the shadows. Every attempt at peace became just another step towards war. When neutral citizens tried to form a committee for public safety, both sides accused it of being a front for the other. When the governor sent a tepid message urging a peaceful resolution, it was seen as a sign of weakness from the state, emboldening the hardliners. The town of Jackson was no longer a community. It was two armed camps staring at each other across a dusty main street. The path of compromise had vanished, overgrown with pride on one side and principle on the other. Every man in Breathitt County had to choose a side, and everyone knew that the talking was over. The air in Jackson had grown so thick with hate you could taste it. The threats against Judge Markham were no longer whispers. They were shouted in the street. His friends stopped visiting after dark. Notes were left on his doorstep, crude and clear in their meaning. The world was closing in on him, and everyone knew a final terrible line was about to be crossed. This was the moment for one last off-ramp, one final chance to turn back from the abyss. That chance came, as it so often does, in the quiet of his own home. The story goes that on the night before he died, his wife came to him, her face pale with a fear that was beyond tears. She begged him, not as a political figure, but as her husband and the father of her children. "James, let us leave this place," she pleaded. "Let's go somewhere the names Hargis and Callahan mean nothing. What good is the law if it leaves your children without a father?" It was the clearest choice a man could face. His duty on one hand, his life and family on the other. It was a direct plea to the man, not the judge. For a long moment, Markham was silent. He was not a fool. He knew the danger was not just real, it was imminent. He could see the logic in his wife's plea, could picture a life of peace far away from the blood-soaked soil of Breathitt County. He could have packed a bag, taken his family, and been gone by sunrise. No one would have called him a coward. They would have called him a sensible man who chose to live. This was the crossroads. He could choose to be a husband and father, or he could choose to be a symbol. But the judge's faith in the law was as unbending as a rod of iron. He looked at his wife, and with a heavy heart, he made his decision. If a circuit judge can be run out of his own courthouse by threats, he told her, then there is no law in these mountains. There is only the rule of the gun. And if that is the case, then our children have no future here anyway. I will not run. He believed to his very soul that to back down would be to hand a final victory to the forces of anarchy. He had to believe the system he served was worth dying for. In that moment, he consciously rejected the path of peace and fully committed to his tragic course. He sealed his own fate not with anger or pride, but with a quiet, resolute sense of duty. The conversation was over. The last chance for a different outcome had passed. He would go to the courthouse in the morning, as he had every other morning. He would stand on those steps and face whatever came. He had made his choice. The morning of May the 4th, 1903, dawned like any other. The sun cast long shadows across the dusty main street of Jackson. Inside the Breathitt County Courthouse, the air was thick with the familiar smell of old paper and stale tobacco. Judge James B. Markham presided over his cases, his voice calm and steady, a small island of order in an ocean of simmering chaos. When the day's business was done, he walked out onto the front steps, pausing for a moment to speak with a friend, the tension of the courtroom momentarily behind him. The world seemed to hold its breath. Then, a sound, sharp and violent, cracked the afternoon calm. It was not a firecracker. It was a single, deliberate report that echoed off the brick buildings and sent a flock of birds scattering into the sky. For a split second, there was only confusion. Judge Markham felt a tremendous, invisible force strike him in the chest, a blow so powerful it staggered him backward and stole the air from his lungs. He looked at his friend, a question in his eyes, his mind struggling to understand what had just happened. He looked down. On the crisp white fabric of his shirt, a dark stain was beginning to bloom, spreading like a fatal flower. The abstract threats, the whispered warnings, the pleas of his wife, it all became real in that single, horrific instant. The long, complex legal argument he had been making against the powers that ran Breathitt County was over. A final, brutal rebuttal had just been delivered from a window across the street. His instincts, the instincts of a man whose entire life revolved around that building, took over. He did not cry out. He did not fall to the ground. With the last of his strength, he turned and stumbled back through the courthouse doors. He was a man of the law, and in his final moments, he sought sanctuary in the house of the law. He made it a few feet into the main hall before his legs gave out. Judge James B. Markham collapsed onto the hard wooden floor, his life ending at the very heart of the institution he had died trying to defend. For a long moment, nobody moved. The echo of the shot faded, replaced by a silence that was heavier and more profound than any noise. The people on the street were frozen, their faces a mixture of shock and terror. They had just witnessed the unthinkable, the public execution of a circuit judge on the steps of his own courthouse. It was an act of such brazen contempt for the law that it felt like the end of the world. This was not just a murder. It was a coronation. It was a statement, clear and undeniable, about who truly held the power in bloody Breathitt. The assassins, identified as Curtis Jett and Tom White, were known Hargis men. And the message they sent was simple and terrifying. No one was safe. No office was high enough. No principle was strong enough to protect you. The little Tsar's reign was absolute, and the courthouse itself was no longer a symbol of justice, but a tombstone for the man who dared to believe in it. From the dusty window of the building across the street, Curtis Jett and Tom White watched their handiwork unfold. The sharp, acrid scent of spent gunpowder hung in the still air of the room, a smell of finality. They saw Judge Markham stagger, saw him disappear back into the courthouse he loved. There was no panic, no rush of adrenaline-fueled fear, only the cold, clean satisfaction of a job well done. They were soldiers who had just successfully completed a mission for their commanding officer. Their next move was a testament to their chilling confidence. They didn't scramble to escape into the mountains. They didn't have a fast horse waiting in a back alley. They simply broke down the rifle, wrapped it in a cloth, and walked down the back stairs. They emerged into the pandemonium of the street, not as panicked fugitives, but as silent observers. They melted into the very crowd that was gathering in horrified knots, their faces as blank and unreadable as any other bystander. They were hiding in plain sight, protected by a shield of terror so absolute that no one dared to even meet their gaze. In the hours that followed, a strange paralysis gripped the town of Jackson. The body of Judge Markham was carried from the courthouse. The local law enforcement made a great show of securing the scene, of asking questions they already knew the answers to. Everyone knew who had pulled the trigger. The motive was as plain as the hole in the judge's chest. But who would dare to make the arrest? The town's legal system had just been decapitated, and the message was clear. Any lawman who tried to bring in Jet and White would be the next one to lie on a cold slab. And so, the killers did not run. They didn't have to. Later that day, they were seen openly in a Jackson store buying tobacco. They walked the streets with a new kind of swagger, the swagger of men who had proven they were untouchable. They were not fugitives cowering in the woods. They were conquerors, and the town of Jackson was their occupied territory. Their freedom in those first hours and days was the ultimate demonstration of Jim Hargis's power. The law was dead, and its assassins were calmly walking over its grave. The end of the road had not come for them. It had come for the rule of law in Breathitt County. The bullet that struck down Judge Markham didn't stop in the courthouse hall. It traveled onward, a phantom projectile that tore through the fabric of his family. For his wife, the abstract fear she had voiced just the night before had become a brutal, life-altering reality. She was now a widow in a town ruled by her husband's killers. His children were now orphans, their name a mark of defiance that placed them in constant, unspoken danger. The very community they had lived in became a prison of watching eyes and silent whispers. Friends who once greeted them warmly now averted their gaze, not out of malice, but out of a primal fear of being associated with the losing side of a war. For the Reform faction, Markham's assassination was a catastrophic blow. He was their legal champion, the man who believed he could slay the dragon with a well-aimed lawsuit. His death was the brutal answer to that belief. It ripped the heart out of their movement, replacing their hope for a lawful victory with the cold, hard reality of terror. A cloud of fear, thick and suffocating as mountain fog, descended on his allies. Men who had spoken boldly of reform now fell silent. The choice they faced was stark and immediate. Flee Breathitt County, bend the knee to the little Tsar, or pick up a rifle and answer violence with violence. The murder's ripple effect spread through the entire community. The town of Jackson became a place of profound paranoia. Shutters were bolted earlier in the evening. The streets, once a place of commerce and conversation, grew quiet and empty after dusk. Business between factions ceased entirely. A man's last name became his uniform, and the simple act of walking down the street was a declaration of allegiance. The courthouse, once the center of civic life, was now viewed with dread, no longer a house of law, but a monument to a failed idea. The assassination didn't end the violence, it guaranteed its escalation. The scales of justice, or what passed for it in the mountains, were now grotesquely unbalanced. Such a public and high-profile killing demanded an answer. The cycle of vengeance now required a blood payment of its own, and the Callahan faction, robbed of their legal path, began to see the gun as their only remaining option. The murder of the judge directly led to the murders that followed of the sitting sheriff and then of his successor, Ed Callahan himself. The tragedy of Judge Markham's death was not just his own. The wreckage left behind wasn't just a grieving family and a dead lawman. It was a shattered community, a broken faith in the idea of civilization itself. Jim Hargis had not just eliminated a rival, he had murdered hope. And in its place, he had enthroned fear as the one true king of bloody Breathitt. The murder of a circuit judge was an act so audacious it could not be ignored, not even by the distant state government in Frankfurt. The carnage in Breathitt County had become a national embarrassment. In 1904, the governor declared the county to be in a state of insurrection and sent in the militia. This was not a small detachment of men. It was an invasion force. Hundreds of soldiers armed with modern rifles and Gatling guns arrived on the train, marching through the streets of Jackson with fixed bayonets. They were a foreign army, sent to impose a foreign law. Their primary mission was to ensure that Curtis Jett and Tom White could be tried without the jury being intimidated or the courthouse being burned to the ground. The trial became a spectacle. The courthouse was no longer a public building. It was a military fortress. There were soldiers on the roof, a guard with a bayonet at every door. The proceedings inside were a perfect illustration of the clash between two worlds. The prosecution came with law books, eyewitness testimony from terrified citizens, and the complex machinery of the state's legal system. And on the other side sat Jett and White. They did not carry themselves as common criminals racked with guilt. They sat with a quiet, defiant arrogance, like captured soldiers being tried by an enemy tribunal. In their minds, and in the minds of their supporters, they had broken no real law. They had acted according to the ancient mountain code, loyalty to their chief. They had eliminated a threat to their clan and its leader. Their defense was not one of innocence, but of justification. They were merely the instruments of a will greater than their own, soldiers in a war that the men in powdered wigs could never understand. Outside the courthouse walls, Breathitt County held its breath, deeply and bitterly divided. To the Hargis loyalists, Jett and White were martyrs, loyal men being sacrificed to appease the Flatlanders in Frankfurt. They were symbols of resistance against an outside force trying to change their way of life. To the friends of James Markham and the shattered Reform faction, they were simply assassins. The trial was the last, desperate hope that the rule of law might mean something after all, that a killer could be held to account, no matter who he worked for. After weeks of testimony that kept the entire nation spellbound, the jury, protected by a wall of state rifles, returned its verdict: guilty. Both Curtis Jett and Tom White were sentenced to life in prison. The newspapers declared it a victory for justice. But in the hollows of Breathitt County, the question lingered. Was it justice? The trigger men were going to prison, but the man who had almost certainly loaded the gun and given the order, the man whose power they were protecting, James Jim Hargis, was never even charged. The law had proven it could cage the wolves, but it seemed powerless to touch the man who owned the forest. With Jett and White behind bars, you might think justice had finally, imperfectly, triumphed. But the other side of the coin was still in play. James Jim Hargis, the little Tsar, the man at the center of the storm, remained. The state militia eventually packed up their Gatling guns and went home. The trials were over, and Jim Hargis was still the king of Breathitt County. For years, he walked the streets of Jackson, a living testament to a chilling truth. The law could punish the soldiers, but it couldn't touch the general. He had won. He had broken the reform movement, eliminated his chief rival, and survived the full might of the state's intervention. But the mountains have their own way of balancing the books. The justice that finally found Jim Hargis didn't come with a judge's order or from the rifle of a sworn enemy. It came from inside his own house, from his own blood. In February of 1908, 4 years after the Great Invasion, a bitter argument broke out between Hargis and his son, Beach. We don't know for certain what it was about: money, power, a personal slight. But it was a fire that could not be put out. The very culture of violence that Hargis had cultivated to maintain his power had taken root in his own family. On a cold winter day, on a public street in the town he ruled, the final act of the tragedy played out. Beach Hargis confronted his father, and the argument ended the only way such disputes seemed to end, in bloody Breathitt. He pulled a gun and shot his father dead. The man who had orchestrated assassinations from the shadows, who had treated the county as his personal chessboard, was brought down not by the law or his political enemies, but by a simple, brutal family quarrel. There's a terrible poetic irony in his end. The state of Kentucky had failed to hold him accountable. The code of the mountains, which he had so expertly manipulated, was ultimately what destroyed him. He had lived by the sword of clan loyalty and died by the sword of a family feud. His death was not justice in the legal sense, but it was a grim and fitting final chapter for a man whose greatest legacy was the violence he left behind. With the little Tsar in his grave, put there by his own son, a strange and unfamiliar quiet settled over Breathitt County. The empire Jim Hargis had built through a lifetime of cunning and intimidation crumbled like a house of sand. There was no one to inherit his throne. The machine he had created was powered by his will alone, and without him, it ground to a halt. The name Hargis, once a word of power, became a whisper of shame, a cautionary tale of a man who ruled a kingdom and lost his own family. His descendants scattered, many leaving the county to escape the long, dark shadow of their name. On the other side of the ledger, the name Markham became something else entirely. It became a symbol of a lost cause, a ghost of what might have been. Judge Markham's family, seeking the peace he could not find for them in Jackson, eventually left the mountains. But they left his name behind, etched into the memory of the place. To this day, it stands for an honorable, if tragic, idea that the law should be something more than the will of the strongest man. But for the common folk of Breathitt, the years after were not about legacies. They were about survival. A profound and deliberate silence fell over the history of the feuds. It was a collective act of forgetting, a necessary amnesia. Fathers stopped telling their sons the stories. The names of the dead were still on the tombstones, but the reasons they were there were buried deep. To speak of the war was to risk reopening wounds that had barely begun to scar over, to reignite embers of hatred that still glowed in the dark. The community healed itself by cauterizing its own memory, choosing a future of silence over a past of pain. And into this silence, a new kind of power moved in. With the old patriarchs dead or disgraced, the county was left rudderless. The timber and coal companies from the outside no longer had to negotiate with a powerful little Tsar. They could now deal with a fractured, exhausted populace and a pliable local government. The great fight for Breathitt's soul did not end with the feuds. It had only entered a new phase. The rifle was put away, and the lawyer's briefcase took its place. The land and its wealth, which had been fought over with blood, would now be claimed with ink. The men who fought the Breathitt County War are long gone. Their rifles have turned to rust, their bodies to dust. But their story has not disappeared. It has seeped into the soil of the county itself, a permanent part of the landscape. And the most enduring echo of that bloody time is the name it earned, Bloody Breathitt. For more than a century, the people of this place have lived with that nickname. It clings to them like morning fog in the hollows, a ghost of a reputation they can never fully shake, a constant reminder of the time when their home was a battlefield. If you walk the streets of Jackson today, you can still touch the past. The old courthouse still stands, a silent brick-and-mortar witness to the murder that defined an era. And a persistent local legend says that the judge never truly left. On quiet nights, when the building is dark and empty, some people claim you can hear the faint sound of a man's footsteps, pacing the hall where Judge Markham fell. It's the ghost of a man who died for the law, still restlessly seeking the justice that was denied to him in life. Not far from there, in a quiet cemetery, you can find the weathered tombstones of Markham, of Hargis, of Callahan, their names worn by 100 years of rain and wind, the silent epilogue to a violent history. The story of the feuds is rarely found in official history books. It lives on in the way mountain people preserve their past, in stories told on a front porch, in hushed tones from one generation to the next. It has become a cautionary tale, a lesson taught to the young about the terrible price of pride and the destructive power of vengeance. The specific details may blur, the names may fade, but the core of the story remains. A warning about the darkness that can be unleashed when good men do nothing and powerful men do as they please. the spirits of the two main antagonists still haunt the county in their own ways. The ghost of Judge Markham is a sad one, a symbol of principle and sacrifice. But the ghost of Jim Hargis is something else entirely. It is the ghost of absolute power, of a time when one man's will could override all law and morality. He represents the old, untamed spirit of the mountains, both its strength and its terrifying brutality. Though the man is gone, his shadow, the memory of that kind of power, lingers as a reminder of what this place once was. So we come to the end of the trail and return to the question that started it all. Was this a land of savages or a place of honorable men locked in a desperate struggle? The truth is, it was both. There were no simple heroes or villains in the story of Bloody Breathitt. There were only men, forged by their time and place, and trapped by the very codes that gave them their strength. Jim Hargis was not a monster. He was a king from an older, fiercer world, a mountain patriarch who ruled by a law of loyalty and fear, and who defended his kingdom with savage brutality when it was threatened. And Judge James Markham was not a naive fool. He was a prophet of a new order, a man who believed that the rule of law could tame the wilderness and bring a just peace to the mountains. His tragedy was that he was a man ahead of his time, who fatally underestimated the violence with which the old world would resist its own death. They were two titans of two different ages, standing on the same small piece of earth, and there was simply not enough room for both of them. In the end, this is not just a story about a feud. It is the story of a painful, bloody transition. It's the story of what happens when the unwritten law of the mountains, a code of honor, clan, and vengeance, collides with the written law of the state. The gunshots that echoed through the hollows were the death rattle of an entire way of life, a brutal response to the encroaching forces of industry, money, and a government that the mountain people had never trusted. The blood that soaked the courthouse steps was the terrible price of that change. And that, my friends, is the Ballad of Bloody Breathitt. It is a grim and lasting reminder that a man's greatest strength can become his most profound weakness, and that when the old ways of a place are forced to die, they seldom die quietly. On October 20th, 1865, 6 long months after the Civil War had officially ended, a man stood on the gallows in Nashville, Tennessee. The great armies were silent, the soldiers paroled and sent home to rebuild their shattered lives. But for this man, there would be no peace. He wasn't being hanged for treason. He was charged with 53 counts of murder. He was a supposed Confederate soldier, yet he was being treated like a common criminal, a monster beyond pardon. What did this man do that was so terrible, even by the brutal standards of war, that forgiveness was impossible? To understand the blood that was spilled, you must first understand the land that soaked it up. The Cumberland Mountains, straddling the border of Kentucky and Tennessee, were a world unto themselves in 1861. This wasn't a land of grand plantations or bustling cities. It was a rugged, isolated quilt of misty hollows, dense forests, and winding rivers, a place where the mountains themselves dictated the terms of life. The people here were as tough and unyielding as the rock beneath their feet, forged by hardship and bound by codes older than the nation itself. Their loyalties were not to distant governments in Washington or Richmond. They were to family, to kin, to the neighbor who helped you raise a barn, or the one you shared a long, simmering feud with over a property line. Here, personal honor was everything, and a grudge could be passed down through generations like a family heirloom. It was a place of deep faith and fierce independence, where the law was often just a suggestion and real justice was handled face to face. When the Civil War came, it didn't arrive like a disciplined army marching in formation. It seeped into these hollows like a poison, turning the very fabric of this society against itself. The conflict wasn't about slavery for most of these mountain folk. It was about loyalty, and it split communities with a surgical cruelty. Friend turned against friend. Cousin took up arms against cousin. A dispute over a stray hog from 10 years prior could now be settled with a rifle, all under the banner of Union or Confederacy. Into this cauldron of simmering hate stepped two men who would become the living symbols of this brutal, personal war. One was Samuel Champ Ferguson, a man with a temper as sharp as his knife, who would side with the Confederacy. The other was David "Tinker" Dave Beatty, a staunch Unionist, as rugged and determined as his rival. They weren't generals or politicians. They were neighbors, products of the same mountains, who would soon become mortal enemies. This, then, was the world that was lost. It was a hard world, a violent world, but it had its own order. The people of the Cumberland Plateau stood to lose more than just a war. They stood to lose their homes, their families, and the unwritten laws that had governed their lives for a century. They were about to become the victims of a war fought not on battlefields, but in their own backyards, by their own people. There was no single crime scene, cordoned off with yellow tape. In the borderlands of 1861, the crime scene was an entire mountain range. The first shots of Champ Ferguson's personal war weren't fired on a battlefield, but in a secluded clearing, witnessed only by the silent, ancient trees. The first report of the crime didn't come from a sheriff, but from the whispers that snaked through the hollows, carried on the wind like a bad omen. The most verifiable story begins with a capture. A group of local Unionists, led by a man named William Frog, cornered Ferguson and his friend Preston Smith. This was not a formal military arrest. It was a kidnapping, an act of personal power in a land where badges and uniforms meant less than the name your family carried. They were dragged to a makeshift camp, a place where the only law was the will of the man holding the gun. There was no trial, no charge read, just the cold, hard glint of hatred in Frog's eyes. The scene that unfolded was one of stark, summary brutality. Frog, acting as judge, jury, and executioner, declared Preston Smith an enemy. Before anyone could process what was happening, he raised his pistol. A single shot echoed through the hollow, and Smith fell dead to the ground. In that instant, Champ Ferguson, bound and helpless, watched his friend be murdered not for a cause, but for a conviction. He saw the grim satisfaction on Frog's face and understood that the rules of civilization no longer applied here. The only evidence left at the scene was a fresh grave, if they even bothered to dig one, and the memory of the man who got away. In a desperate surge of adrenaline, Ferguson broke free. He scrambled into the dense woods as bullets tore through the bark around him, a ghost in motion, fueled by pure terror and a dawning, white-hot rage. The tracks he left were not of a soldier retreating, but of an animal escaping a trap, an animal that would soon learn to become the hunter. This singular, brutal event was immediately tangled with other, even darker whispers. Stories began to circulate about a different kind of crime scene at Ferguson's own cabin. People said that Unionist home guards had come for him while he was away, finding his wife and young daughter sick in their beds. The tale, told in hushed tones, claimed the men forced the ailing women out into the freezing cold, an act of such profound cruelty that they soon died. Was it true? Or was it a legend that grew from the seed of Preston Smith's murder? The wilderness offered no easy answers, only a multitude of unsettling questions that all pointed to one terrifying certainty. A reckoning was coming. When the storm of violence finally broke, it wasn't a random tempest. It was a targeted lightning strike. The first suspects in Ferguson's war, the first men he hunted, were not strangers in blue uniforms from a distant northern state. They were his neighbors. They were the men he held personally responsible for shattering his world. His rage had a face and a name, and at the top of that list were William Frog and Tinker Dave Beatty. The motive was as clear as a mountain stream and as dark as a grave. Everyone in the borderlands knew the story of Preston Smith's execution. William Frog hadn't just killed a Confederate sympathizer, he had murdered Champ Ferguson's friend in cold blood right before his eyes. The image of his friend falling, the puff of gun smoke in the cold air, the casual cruelty of the act, it was a wound that could only be cauterized with blood. This was a debt of honor, and in the mountains, such debts are always paid in full. Layered over this undeniable act was the even more potent legend of his wife and daughter. Whether the story of the Unionist Home Guards forcing them from their sickbeds was entirely true, or a tale that grew larger in the telling, doesn't matter. Ferguson believed it. He carried that story in his heart like a burning coal, a narrative of unimaginable cruelty that justified any atrocity in return. He saw Tinker Dave Beatty's men not as soldiers, but as monsters who had preyed upon the helpless and desecrated the sanctity of his home. The whispers that followed Ferguson as he slipped back into the mountains were not of strategy or politics. They were of a vow. He made no secret of his intentions. He told anyone who would listen that he was on a mission of vengeance. He swore an oath that for every friend, for every family member lost, 100 Yankees would pay the price. The initial evidence of his coming rampage was his own chilling declaration of a war of extermination, a promise to hunt down and kill every last man he held accountable, giving no quarter and taking no prisoners. The borderlands were no longer a battleground, they were his personal hunting ground. But Ferguson's rage, as potent as it was, did not burn in a vacuum. A fire that big needs fuel, and it needs air. While his enemies gave him the spark, it was the people he considered allies, his own neighbors, and the very cause he fought for, who fanned the flames. This introduces the second, more insidious suspect in the creation of this monster, the quiet poison of internal betrayal. Ferguson became a weapon, but the hands that aimed him often belonged to his friends. No one suspected the motives of the Confederate-leaning families who offered him shelter, food, and information. They were seen as patriots supporting a local hero. But beneath the surface, older, more personal currents were at play. A long-standing land dispute, a family insult from a generation ago, simple jealousy. These were the true motives that often guided Ferguson's hand. A farmer would ride to his camp, not with news of troop movements, but with a whisper that his Unionist neighbor, the one who owned the fertile bottomland he'd always coveted, was a dangerous bushwhacker. When re-examined, the pattern of his killings suggests a darker truth. Why was Elam Huddleston, a sickly old man, a priority for execution? Because someone in the community declared him a very bad man. Ferguson, consumed by his own mission of vengeance, was the perfect tool. He didn't need much proof. A pointed finger from a supposed ally was enough. He became the physical manifestation of his community's petty hatreds, settling their private scores under the public banner of the Confederacy, perhaps without even realizing he was being used. This betrayal extended all the way to the top. The Confederate government in Richmond was happy to have men like Ferguson terrorizing the Unionist population, disrupting supply lines and tying down troops. They gave him legitimacy, a captain's commission, a flag to fly. But it was a relationship of convenience. They wanted the chaos he created, but they kept him at arm's length, officially disavowing his most brutal tactics. They betrayed the very guerrilla fighters they empowered, using them for the war's dirtiest work and leaving them to face the consequences alone. Ferguson thought he was a soldier, but to many on his own side, he was just a rabid dog, to be unleashed on their enemies and put down when he was no longer useful. But beyond the personal hatreds that festered in the mountain hollows, a larger, more impersonal storm was gathering. This threat came from outside the tight-knit world of the borderlands, an organized force that saw these hills not as a collection of homes and families, but as a strategic chessboard. This was the formal war machine of the United States and the Confederacy, and its arrival would pour gasoline on the fires of local feuds. To the Union High Command in Nashville and Washington, Champ Ferguson was not a grieving husband or a man avenging a friend. He was simply a problem to be solved, an infection of rebellion in a strategically important region. Their motive was cold, calculated, and entirely impersonal. Pacify the area, protect Union supply lines, and eliminate all irregular resistance. They sent patrols of uniformed soldiers, men who didn't know the local families or their histories. To these outsiders, a man plowing his field could be a farmer or a guerrilla fighter in disguise. They often couldn't tell the difference, and their harsh methods bred even more resentment. From the other direction, the Confederate leadership applied its own external pressure. They saw in Champ Ferguson not a man, but a weapon. His personal vendetta was a useful tool for terrorizing Unionist sympathizers and disrupting federal operations, all at little cost to the formal Confederate Army. They gave him a captain's commission, a thin veneer of legitimacy for his bloody work. Men like General John C. Breckinridge were happy to use Ferguson's savage band of riders for a specific military objective, like the attack on Saltville, and then look the other way when the butchery began. Ferguson was their asset, a wild dog they could point in the right direction, whose savagery served their larger, impersonal goals. The presence of these organized armies created a new climate of fear, squeezing the people of the mountains in a terrible vice. Suddenly, strange men in uniform were a common sight on the winding roads, carrying an air of official, indifferent menace. They brought with them a different kind of violence, organized, efficient, and absolute. The personal war of neighbor against neighbor was now caught up in a national conflict, escalating the stakes beyond anything the locals could have imagined. This external pressure crushed the old rules of the mountains, leaving a vacuum where only the most brutal could thrive. The hunt for Champ Ferguson began in earnest, a desperate attempt to cage the monster that had been unleashed. The primary hunter was his arch-nemesis, Tinker Dave Beatty, a man who knew the mountains as well as Ferguson did. He was joined by patrols of Union cavalry, professional soldiers sent to bring order to a land that had never known it. They had a clear target and a righteous cause. But they soon discovered they weren't hunting a man. They were chasing a phantom. Every lead they followed seemed to dissolve into the Appalachian mist. A farmer would ride breathlessly into a Union camp, swearing he'd just seen Ferguson and his men watering their horses at Calfkiller Creek. A posse would be formed, riding hard for hours through treacherous terrain, only to arrive and find nothing but hoof prints fading in the mud and the cold ashes of a long-dead campfire. Ferguson was a master of the wilderness. He knew every hidden hollow, every game trail, every cave that could shelter a man from a storm or a patrol. The mountains that were a confusing, hostile maze to the outsiders were his sanctuary. The Union soldiers operated on the assumption that they were fighting a guerrilla company. They looked for camps, for supply lines, for patterns. But Ferguson fought by no book of military tactics. He and his small band of riders would materialize on a remote road, carry out an execution, and then vanish, melting back into the forest as if they were never there. They would ride 30 miles in a night, split up, and rendezvous days later at a prearranged spot known only to them. Tracking them was like trying to track a dozen individual wolves at once. One promising report placed Ferguson at a sympathizer's farm, preparing for an evening meal. A full company of Union soldiers surrounded the property in the dead of night, moving with painstaking silence. They burst into the cabin at dawn, ready for a firefight, only to find the farmer's family calmly eating breakfast. The farmer would claim he hadn't seen Ferguson in months, his face a perfect mask of innocence. The soldiers would leave empty-handed and furious, never knowing that Ferguson had been watching them from a wooded ridge the entire time, warned hours earlier by a signal from a trusted neighbor. With every failed raid, every cold trail, the frustration of the Union forces grew into a palpable rage. And for the Unionist families living in those isolated hollows, that frustration translated into pure terror. They knew the soldiers couldn't protect them. They knew that Ferguson was always watching, and that the price for talking to the Federals was a visit in the night from which there was no return. The more the law failed to catch him, the more powerful his legend became, and the deeper the fear settled into the bones of the community. The Union Army quickly learned that the dense forests and rocky bluffs were not the most formidable obstacles in their hunt for Champ Ferguson. The true fortress that protected him was a silent, invisible wall built by the people of the mountains themselves. When soldiers came asking questions, they were met with blank stares, shrugged shoulders, and a maddeningly consistent refrain: saw nothing, heard nothing, knew nothing. This was the omerta of the Appalachians, a code of silence more binding than any law. This silence was rooted first and foremost in pure, paralyzing fear. Ferguson wasn't just a soldier, he was a specter of vengeance. He cultivated terror as a weapon. Stories, true or not, of his brutality were his greatest ally. He was known to decapitate his victims and leave their heads on fence posts as a grim message to others. A farmer who might have considered cooperating with the Union patrol knew that the soldiers would eventually leave. But Ferguson would remain. A whispered word to the wrong person could lead to a visit in the dead of night, a barn burned to the ground, or a fate far, far worse. But it wasn't just fear. It was a complex web of family ties and a deep-seated suspicion of outsiders. Ferguson was a local man. His kin and his wife's kin were woven into the fabric of the community. Turning him over to an army of strangers felt like a profound betrayal of their own blood. To many, the Union soldiers were an occupying force, invaders who didn't understand their ways, their feuds, or their loyalties. In the stark calculus of the mountains, it was often better to shelter your own monster than to trust the justice of a foreigner. This wall of silence took a heavy psychological toll. The air in these hollows grew thick with unspoken truths. Neighbors who had known each other for generations now avoided eye contact, their conversations becoming clipped and shallow, terrified of letting a dangerous word slip. Old Man Hemlock, who lived on the ridge overlooking the Calf Killer River, once mentioned to a traveling peddler that he'd seen riders pass his cabin late one night. A week later, he found his prize hog, his food for the winter, slaughtered in its pen. No one said a word, but the message was as clear as a gunshot in the night. In this world, the only thing more dangerous than Champ Ferguson's rifle was your own tongue. Silence had become the only armor they had left. For 4 years, the war had been the perfect cover for Ferguson's savagery. But in April of 1865, a piece of information more powerful than any army trickled into the Cumberland Mountains. It wasn't a secret whispered in a cabin or a clue found on a body. It was the news of General Lee's surrender at Appomattox. The Civil War was over, and with that single undeniable fact, the entire world shifted under Champ Ferguson's feet. The overlooked detail, the forgotten clue that broke the case wide open, was his own identity. For years, he had operated under the belief that he was a soldier, a commissioned captain in the Confederate Army. His killings, in his own mind, were acts of war. But the surrender stripped away that justification. The cause he fought for no longer existed. The government that gave him a commission was dissolved. Suddenly, his actions had to be re-examined, not as tactics in a guerrilla conflict, but as individual crimes. He was no longer a soldier. He was just a man who had killed, by his own count, over 100 people. The true turning point, however, was an act of profound arrogance on Ferguson's part. Believing his commission made him a legitimate combatant, he thought he was entitled to the same amnesty being offered to thousands of other Confederate soldiers. He made a fatal miscalculation. Instead of disappearing deeper into the mountains or fleeing west, he did the unthinkable. In May of 1865, he willingly rode into the Union-occupied city of Nashville and presented himself to the authorities to surrender and receive his parole. The moment he gave his name, the perception of the situation changed in a flash. The Union officers didn't see a weary soldier seeking peace. They saw a name from countless reports of atrocities. They saw the butcher of the Saltville massacre, the spectre who had haunted the borderlands for 4 years. The forgotten clue, Ferguson's own wanted status as a war criminal, was no longer forgotten. Instead of a parole slip, they gave him iron handcuffs. The news of his capture was like a thunderclap across the mountains. The ghost had been caught. The boogeyman was in chains. And with that revelation, the wall of silence, which had been held together by fear, began to crumble. A new, desperate urgency took hold, not to find a killer, but to finally bear witness against him. The stories that had been buried in the dark soil of the Cumberlands for 4 long years were about to be unearthed. The climax of Champ Ferguson's story did not happen in a bloody mountain skirmish, but in the suffocating stillness of a Nashville courtroom in the autumn of 1865. The Phantom of the Cumberlands was finally caged, a physically imposing figure in the witness box, but his legend was about to be systematically dismantled, not by bullets, but by words. The central mystery was finally being addressed. Was this man a soldier, twisted by the horrors of war, or was he something else entirely? The trial would unmask him. The prosecution built its case brick by bloody brick. One by one, witnesses took the stand, widows, orphans, old men who had survived by some miracle. They didn't speak of battles or military objectives. They spoke of ambushes on lonely roads, of men shot down while pleading for their lives, of executions carried out with a terrifying calmness. They described Ferguson personally killing the sickly, bedridden Lieutenant Smith in a field hospital, dragging him from his cot and shooting him in the head. This wasn't war, it was murder. Then came the testimony that shocked a nation already numb to the horrors of the conflict. The Saltville Massacre. Eyewitnesses, including Confederate officers, described the scene after the battle. They told the court how Ferguson and his men rode onto the field, ignoring the rules of surrender, and began a 2-day orgy of slaughter. They recounted watching him personally execute dozens of wounded and captured black soldiers from the 5th U.S. Colored cavalry, shooting them in their hospital beds and hunting them down in the woods. This act was so barbaric, it went beyond vengeance or military necessity. It was an act of pure, unadulterated hatred. But the final, definitive unmasking came from the mouth of Champ Ferguson himself. He took the stand, not with remorse, but with a chilling, defiant pride. He admitted to everything. He calmly confirmed the killings, one after another. His defense was simple and horrifying. He was a soldier, and these men were the enemy. When asked about killing the sick Lieutenant Smith, Ferguson coolly replied, "He was a bad soldier, and I wanted to get him out of the way." In that moment, the mask was gone forever. The journal, the letter, the forgotten clue, it was his own testimony. His motive was laid bare, and it was far darker than simple revenge. Vengeance may have been the spark, but the fire was fueled by something else, a cold, methodical enjoyment of power and death. He had appointed himself the ultimate arbiter of life and death in the mountains. The war had not created a monster. It had simply given a monster the perfect opportunity to flourish. The man in the witness box was not a soldier. He was a killer who had found his calling. Now that we know the verdict of the court, we can finally reconstruct the truth of those 4 terrifying years. We can push aside the rumors and legends and piece together the events, not as a soldier would tell them, but as the mountains themselves must remember them. For 4 years, the sound of a lone rider in the distance was enough to make a mother pull her children inside and bolt the door. A dog's frantic barking that was suddenly cut short was a sound that chilled the blood. Imagine a small, makeshift hospital, a place of supposed sanctuary where wounded Union men lay shivering with fever and pain. Their war was over. The doors burst open, not with medics, but with Ferguson and his men. The doctor's pleas for mercy were met with cold silence. Then came the sounds, a series of muffled, ugly pops, one after another, each one followed by a final groan that was quickly silenced. A young lieutenant, sick with measles and no threat to anyone, was pulled from his cot. His bare feet scraped against the rough floorboards. Another sharp report echoed in the small room, followed by the heavy, final sound of a body hitting the floor. When the raiders left, an unnatural stillness filled the space, a silence more terrifying than any scream. Picture the scene at Saltville, Virginia. The formal battle was over. The Union forces, including the 5th U.S. Colored Cavalry, had retreated. But for the wounded and the captured left behind, the horror was just beginning. For 2 days, Ferguson rode across the field, a dark silhouette against a grey sky. From the surrounding hills, witnesses could hear the sporadic popping sound of his revolver over and over again. They saw wounded men, black soldiers who had fought bravely and surrendered, trying to crawl to the safety of the woods. The horsemen would follow. There would be another pop, and the crawling would cease. The battlefield, which had been a place of combat, became a silent field of execution, its fallen soldiers not casualties of war, but victims of a massacre. And then there were the personal encounters, the moments of intimate, face-to-face terror. An old man, Elam Huddleston, sickly and frail, stood before Ferguson, pleading that he was too weak to have ever been a threat. Ferguson's voice was flat, a pronouncement of fate. "You are said to be a very bad man." A single deafening crack sent the birds scattering from the trees for a mile around. Then there was only the sound of the rider's horse sighing as he turned to leave, leaving another dark stain on the Appalachian soil. This was the truth of Champ Ferguson's war. It wasn't fought on battle lines with cannons, but in sick rooms, on fields of surrender, and on lonely mountain roads, with a cold heart and a steady hand. The trial of Champ Ferguson wasn't held in some dusty mountain town courthouse where his name carried the weight of fear and legend. It was a formal military tribunal in Nashville, a public spectacle for a nation grappling with the war's savage legacy. The room was packed, the air thick with tension. Newspaper reporters from as far away as New York scribbled furiously in their notebooks, eager to capture every detail of the man they had already dubbed the Great Guerrilla Chieftain and the Confederate Demon. This wasn't just a trial for murder. It was an attempt to draw a line, to declare that even in the hell of a civil war, some acts were simply beyond the pale. Throughout the proceedings, Champ Ferguson was a figure of unnerving composure. As witness after witness took the stand to recount tales of cold-blooded slaughter, he watched them with a steady, unblinking gaze. He showed no remorse, no fear, not even a flicker of regret. He listened as men described him shooting the wounded in their beds, and his expression never changed. When it was his turn to speak, his defense was as simple as it was shocking. He claimed he was a soldier, a commissioned officer of the Confederacy. Every man he killed, he argued, was an enemy combatant in a war where the official policy, on both sides of the border conflict, was no quarter. In his mind, he was not a murderer. He was a patriot who had simply fought the war with more conviction than most. But the military commission was not swayed. The testimony was too damning, the victims too helpless, the cruelty too personal. They saw the clear pattern. This was not a soldier's work. This was a campaign of personal extermination, cloaked in the thin justification of a military commission. On October 10, 1865, the verdict came back. Guilty. The sentence was death by hanging. For most of the nation, the verdict was a moment of catharsis, a righteous judgment against one of the war's most notorious villains. Justice, it seemed, had been served. But back in the hollows of White County, Tennessee, on the good rebel soil where Ferguson had asked to be buried, the verdict was heard differently. To his family, his friends, and his sympathizers, he was not a war criminal. He was a soldier who had been martyred by a victor's court. They argued that Union guerrillas like Tinker Dave Beatty had committed similar acts and were now hailed as heroes. To them, Champ Ferguson wasn't hanged for his crimes. He was hanged for fighting for the Confederacy. The verdict, A clear-cut case of guilt in the eyes of the law, remains a subject of bitter debate in those mountains to this day, a perfect symbol of the brothers' war, where one man's monster is another man's hero. Champ Ferguson's death was not an end. It was a beginning. The beginning of a long and bitter memory that would coil itself around the lives of everyone he had ever touched. For his own family, the name Ferguson became both a curse and a martyr's cry. They buried his body in the good rebel soil he requested, but they could not bury his legacy. For generations, his descendants would carry the weight of his actions, forced to live in the shadow of a man remembered by half their neighbors as a monster, and by the other half as a hero betrayed. His name was a burden, a mark that set them apart in the very hills they called home. And what of his great rival, Tinker Dave Beatty? He had won. He had outlasted his nemesis and fought for the victorious side. But victory in a war like this is a fragile, haunted thing. Beatty lived a long life, but the brutal tactics he had been forced to adopt, the friends he had lost, and the constant threat he had lived under for 4 years left scars that no government pension could heal. He had survived the devil himself, but the fight had cost him a piece of his own soul. Peace in the mountains was a quiet, uneasy thing, and for a man like Beatty, the silence was likely filled with the ghosts of the war he had fought and won. For the families of the men Ferguson killed, his execution was a final, terrible chapter. It was justice, but it was not restoration. It could not bring back a husband, a father, or a son. They now had to live in a fractured community, walking the same roads and frequenting the same general store as the very people who had sheltered Ferguson, who had fed him, who had kept silent while he hunted their loved ones. The immediate threat was gone, but the sense of betrayal remained, a quiet, simmering poison that would taint relationships in those hollows for decades. The lives of those falsely accused, or those whose only crime was loyalty to the Confederacy, were also irrevocably altered. Many who had sympathized with Ferguson, who saw him as their protector, now bore the stain of his crimes. Their reputations were tarnished by association. They were the neighbors of a convicted mass murderer, a label that the victorious Unionists would never let them forget. Ferguson's execution only hardened their bitterness, cementing a sense of grievance that would be passed down to their children and their children's children, fueling the simmering resentments of the lost cause. The war was over, but the battle lines in the hearts of the people were now drawn in stone. The story of Champ Ferguson did not end on the gallows, and it wasn't sealed in his tomb. If you travel today to the France Cemetery in White County, Tennessee, you can still find his grave. It is a simple, weathered stone, a quiet place that belies the violent life of the man buried beneath it. This patch of earth is the most tangible remnant of his story, a physical anchor point connecting our world to his. You can stand there and look out at the same rolling hills he once rode through and feel the chilling presence of the past. The mountains themselves have not forgotten. The Calf-Killer River still flows, its name a permanent grisly reminder of the frontier violence that shaped this land long before the Civil War. The fog still clings to the hollows where he and his men would disappear, and the winding roads they used for ambush are still there, many of them now paved over, but following the same treacherous paths. The landscape of the Cumberland Plateau is a silent monument, etched with the memories of every skirmish, every execution, every desperate flight from justice. But the true echoes are not in stone or soil, they are in the whispers and the stories. To this day, the tale of Champ Ferguson is told in the borderlands, a local legend as potent as any ghost story. It's a story told around hunting campfires, a cautionary tale passed from grandfathers to their grandsons. They still talk about the myth of his missing head, the ghoulish rumor that his skull was taken for scientific study, a final indignity for the man who had terrorized their ancestors. Most powerfully, the war over Champ Ferguson's soul continues to this day. Walk into a local diner or hardware store in that part of the country and ask if he was a hero or a monster. You will start an argument that is just as passionate and divided now as it was in 1865. The world has forgotten, but these mountains remember. They remember because the war he fought was not just about North and South, it was about them. And that memory is now a part of their very identity, a living echo of a time when the devil himself rode the hills of Tennessee. So we return to where we began, to a man on a gallows in Nashville, long after the cannons of the Civil War had fallen silent. We asked what this man could have done that was so terrible, even by the standards of that brutal conflict, that he alone could not be forgiven. And now we have the answer. It wasn't that he killed, for the war had made killers of thousands. It was that he savored it. He stripped away the pretense of military necessity and revealed the cold, hard core of personal hatred. He murdered the sick, executed the surrendered, and turned a national conflict into his own private slaughterhouse, all while claiming the mantle of a soldier. Forgiveness was impossible because Champ Ferguson forced a nation exhausted by death to look at his work and finally draw a line between the horrors of war and the acts of a monster. This is a story, then, not just of a single violent man, but of a timeless and terrifying truth. It is a warning of what happens when the poison of personal vengeance is given the legitimacy of a flag and a uniform. It shows how the grand, abstract ideals of a nation at war can be twisted to justify the most intimate and brutal acts of neighbor against neighbor. And it is a profound lesson in the power of silence, how a community bound by fear and a complex code of loyalty can become the soil in which such evil is allowed to take root and grow, unchecked, until it consumes everything. The war is over. The men who fought it are long gone. But the ghost of Champ Ferguson and the questions his life demands of us still haunt those misty Appalachian hollows. He reminds us that the most dangerous battleground is not in a field or a fortress, but in the human heart, where the lines between soldier and murderer, justice and revenge, can blur and then vanish with terrifying ease. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of it as the court records and old tales are willing to give up. The rest belongs to the mountains. You can find places like this all over Appalachia. A quiet spot on the edge of town where a creek whispers over smooth stones and the only sound is the rustle of leaves in the canopy above. It feels peaceful, timeless even. But this ground, right here on the outskirts of Winston-Salem, holds a memory soaked in blood and betrayal. Over a century ago, this gentle quiet was shattered by the crack of a pistol. This is the very spot where they found a young woman named Ellen Smith. Her life ended by a single bullet fired straight into her heart. Her story became a legend, immortalized in one of America's most famous murder ballads. But a song is not the whole truth. Today, we're going to peel back the layers of that old, mournful tune and listen for the real story. We're here to ask the questions the ballad never answered. Who was Ellen Smith, and why did the story of her death refuse to die? Let's turn back the clock to 1892. Winston-Salem, North Carolina, was a town caught between two worlds. The sweet, heavy scent of curing tobacco from the new R.J. Reynolds factories hung in the air, a promise of new money and new industry. But just beyond the town limits, the old ways of Appalachia held fast, a world of hard work, strict honor, and unwritten rules that could govern a person's life and death. It was a place of opportunity, but also a place where a person's reputation was everything, especially for a young woman trying to make her way alone. Into this world came Ellen Smith. She was barely 19, a girl from the surrounding foothills who, like so many others, was drawn to the town by the prospect of a steady wage. She found work as a maid at the Zinzendorf Hotel, a bustling hub where the wealthy tobacco barons mixed with travelers and local townsfolk. By all accounts, she was pretty, quiet, and hard-working. She carried out her duties, changing linens and serving meals, likely dreaming of a life far removed from the hardscrabble farm she had left behind. She was just one of hundreds of anonymous girls hoping for a bit of luck, maybe even a bit of love. And then there was Peter de Graaf. If Ellen was invisible, Peter was anything but. He was handsome, always dressed in fine clothes, and moved with the easy confidence of a man whose father was a well-respected citizen. He had a place in society, a name that carried weight. But beneath that polished surface, a different reputation festered. Peter was known to be a heavy drinker, a gambler, a man with a taste for women and trouble. He was charming, yes, but it was a dangerous charm, the kind that promised excitement but often delivered ruin. Their worlds collided within the walls of the Zinzendorf Hotel. He, the privileged customer, she, the humble servant. It was a classic, perilous dynamic. A man like Peter de Graaf would have seen a girl like Ellen Smith as a simple conquest, a dalliance with no consequences. But for Ellen, the attention of such a man, someone so far above her station, must have felt like a fairy tale. He was a glimpse into a world of comfort and status she could only dream of. And so, it began. An affair that was, for a time, an open secret whispered about in the hotel kitchens and the town's back alleys. Peter would visit her. They'd be seen walking together near the edge of town, away from judging eyes. To the rest of the world, it was a familiar, predictable story. But for the two people living it, it was a path that was quickly leading them toward a dark and unforgiving horizon, a point from which neither of them would ever truly return. A story like this isn't just found in the dirt and leaves of a crime scene. The real evidence, the kind that survives a century, is often buried in a different kind of silence, the quiet hush of a library archive. That's where the whispers from the past are preserved, pressed between the pages of old books and captured on reels of microfilm. And that's where I found this, a newspaper clipping from the summer of 1892, just a few days after Ellen's body was discovered. At first glance, it's what you'd expect. The headline is sensational, talking of a dastardly deed and a shocking murder. It names Peter de Graaf as the prime suspect. But the official facts are not the most important thing on this page. Tucked away in the third paragraph is a single, carefully worded phrase. The article mentions the town's rampant speculation about the victim's unfortunate condition. You see, this isn't just a piece of paper. It's a fossilized rumor. In the polite, coded language of the Victorian era, unfortunate condition meant only one thing. Ellen Smith was believed to be pregnant with Peter de Graaf's child. This single, unproven whisper, printed for all to see, was the spark that lit the fuse. Suddenly, this wasn't just a story of a lover's quarrel. It was a story of honor, shame, and desperation. This one sentence transforms the entire narrative. The affair was no longer a secret dalliance. It became a time bomb. For Peter, it was a threat to his engagement to a more suitable woman and a stain on his family's good name. For Ellen, it was a last, desperate hope for legitimacy. The question this old newspaper forces us to ask is a heavy one. How does a whispered rumor in a small southern town build enough pressure to end in a gunshot? That newspaper clipping only reported what everyone was whispering. But for Ellen and Peter, that rumor was a stark, terrifying reality. Imagine a hushed, desperate conversation in a shadowed corner of the hotel, away from the prying eyes of guests and staff. This is where the love story, if it ever was one, truly died, and the countdown to tragedy began. Ellen, likely terrified but resolute, would have told Peter about the child. For her, it was a plea for salvation. In that moment, she wasn't just his lover. She was the mother of his heir. And in the unwritten code of the mountains, that demanded action. She would have asked him to do the right thing, to marry her and give their child a name. Peter de Graaf, however, was already promised to another woman, Fanny Faust, a bride his family approved of. Ellen's news was not a blessing, it was a catastrophe. It was a threat to his reputation, his inheritance, and his entire future. The easy charm he had used to woo her would have vanished, replaced by a cold panic. To him, her plea for marriage was not a request for honor, but an ultimatum that could unravel his entire world. The days that followed must have been a private hell for both of them. Their secret meetings would no longer have been filled with affection, but with bitter arguments. He likely offered her money, told her to leave town and never come back, to solve the problem on her own. But Ellen wouldn't have backed down. For her, this was not a problem to be disposed of. It was her life, her child's life. Her desperation would have made her bold, perhaps even threatening to expose him to his family and his fiancée. What started as a whispered secret between two people was now a festering conflict. Every denial from him would have fueled her resolve. Every tearful plea from her would have deepened his fear. The seeds of conflict were sown not in jealousy or simple hatred, but in a clash of two inescapable realities. She needed a husband to avoid ruin, and he needed to get rid of her to avoid the very same fate. The air between them grew thick with unspoken violence, and time was running out. Newspaper clippings and court records can give you the skeleton of a story, but they can't give you its soul. For that, you have to talk to the people who keep the memories alive. I found that soul in a conversation with a local historian, a man whose great-grandfather had known the de Graaf family. He wasn't a professor in some university. He was a man whose family had lived on this soil for 200 years, and whose memory was a library of local lore. We sat on his porch, overlooking the hazy blue line of the distant mountains. He told me the official story, the one we all know. The affair, the rumored pregnancy, the arrest. But then he leaned forward in his rocking chair, his voice dropping a little lower. "Now, this part you won't find in any court record," he said. "This is the story that was passed down. The papers will tell you Peter had a motive, but they don't tell you why it had to happen on that specific day. According to the tale that's been told around here for over a century, Ellen Smith had given Peter de Graaf an ultimatum. It wasn't just a tearful plea for marriage anymore. She was done with his stalling and his empty promises. She told him that if he didn't agree to marry her, she was going to walk over to his father's house that very afternoon and tell the old man everything. Suddenly, the timeline snaps into sharp, terrifying focus. This wasn't a problem Peter could put off until next week. It was a crisis with a deadline measured in hours. Exposing the secret to his prominent father would have brought immediate and absolute ruin. It was one thing for the town to whisper, but for the patriarch of the de Graaf family to hear it from Ellen herself. That was unthinkable. Peter, cornered and desperate, knew he had to stop her, and he had to do it right then. This personal testimony, passed down through generations, gives us the missing piece of the puzzle, the emotional trigger for what was about to happen. The ultimatum hung in the hot, still air between them. It wasn't a tearful plea anymore. It was a declaration. Ellen was going to his father's house, today. For Peter de Graaf, the world had just shrunk to the size of a ticking clock, and every second brought ruin closer. The charming dandy, the confident man about town, was gone. In his place was a cornered animal, staring down the collapse of his carefully constructed life. The whispers of the town were one thing. A public confrontation with his father was another. It meant the end of his engagement, the loss of his inheritance, and the fury of a patriarch whose name he was about to disgrace. He couldn't let her get to that house. He had to stop her. But he couldn't do it in the open. He needed to move her away from the center of town, away from prying eyes, away from anyone who might hear an argument or a scream. And so, the mask of the charmer went back on, one last, terrible time. He would have softened his voice, feigned surrender. He likely told her she was right, that they needed to talk it through properly, away from the hotel. "Let's walk," he would have suggested, "down by the water race, where we can be alone. We'll figure this out." Did a flicker of hope ignite in Ellen's heart? Did she believe for just a moment that her desperate gamble had worked, that he was finally going to do the right thing? Or did a cold knot of fear tighten in her stomach? We will never know. But we know she agreed. Perhaps she felt she had no choice but to see it through. So she walked with him, away from the safety of the busy streets, away from the life she knew. Each step they took together was a step further from her world and deeper into his. They made their way toward the outskirts of town, toward the secluded spot by the old paper mill. The path would have grown quieter, the sounds of the town replaced by the buzz of insects and the steady rush of the water in the race. It was a sound loud enough to swallow other sounds. It was a place for secrets. They were alone now. No one to see them, no one to hear them. The pretense could finally be dropped. This was not a place for reconciliation. It was a place for a final, brutal resolution. The time for talk, for lies, for empty promises was over. The time for consequences had arrived. Standing there, with the sound of the water in his ears and the threat of his ruin standing before him, Peter de Graaf made his choice. In that moment, the path forward narrowed to a single violent act. There was no turning back. And so, I've come back to this place. The old paper mill is long gone, its foundations swallowed by a century of weeds and vines. But the path is still here, and the water race, though now just a shallow, meandering creek, still whispers the same story to the stones. There are no historical markers, no monuments. This place has been allowed to forget, to let nature cover up the memory of what happened here. But the scar is the landscape itself. There are no bullet holes in a wall to show you, no faded bloodstains preserved under glass. The evidence is the geography of the crime. Look how secluded it is, even now. You can see how the thicket of trees would have swallowed them, hiding them from the road. You can hear how the constant rush of the water would have been just loud enough to muffle the sound of a raised voice or a single sharp crack of a pistol. This is the real, physical proof. This clearing was not a random spot. It was chosen. This was the end of the line. Standing here, in the same oppressive summer humidity they would have felt, you can almost hear the final desperate words exchanged. This wasn't a sudden burst of rage. This was an execution, planned in the desperate few minutes it took to walk from the edge of town into this green, silent tomb. Right here, in this quiet, forgotten clearing, the final brutal act of our story unfolded. The time for lies was over. Standing in that secluded clearing, Ellen would have stood her ground, her voice steady with the conviction of a woman with nothing left to lose. She would have repeated her ultimatum one last time. I am going to your father's house. I am going to tell him everything. Those were the words that sealed her fate. For Peter de Graaf, the sound of the rushing water faded away, and the world narrowed to this single, unmovable obstacle standing between him and his future. The panic that had been churning inside him cooled into a terrible, simple clarity. He would have felt the weight in his coat pocket, a heavy, cold reassurance. He had likely brought it with him for this very purpose, a final option he hoped he wouldn't have to use. But her resolve, her refusal to be silenced or sent away, had exhausted all other possibilities. In his mind, she had backed him into this clearing, into this moment. There was only one way he could walk out of here alone, with his secret safe and his future intact. The choice was made. And then, the argument ended. It ended not with a resolution, but with a sharp, violent punctuation. A single, sharp report cracked the humid air, a sound far too loud and deliberate to be a snapping twig. It was a sound that ripped through the drone of the insects and the murmur of the creek, echoing off the trees for a brief moment before being swallowed by the woods. A flock of startled birds erupted from the canopy, their panicked calls the only immediate response to the unnatural noise. There would have been no scream, just a look of profound, final surprise on Ellen's face. A flicker of disbelief as she looked down at her own chest, as if to understand what had just happened. Her hands, which might have been clenched in anger or raised in pleading, fell limp to her sides. She crumpled to the ground without a sound, a final, soft exhalation of breath, the only testament to the life that had just been stolen from her. The vibrant, determined young woman was gone, replaced by a still, silent form. For a long moment, there was only the sound of the creek and the slow settling of dust motes in the shafts of afternoon sun. The air grew thick with the acrid smell of burnt powder. Peter would have stood there, his heart hammering against his ribs, staring at what he had done. There she was, poor Ellen Smith, lying on the cold, cold ground. A single dark circle, no bigger than a coin, began to blossom on the fabric of her simple dress right over her heart. It was a neat, tidy, and absolutely final solution to his problem. Then, the cold clarity shattered, and the animal panic returned. His survival instinct screamed at him to run. He turned his back on what he had done, on the woman who had carried his child and his secret. He didn't look back. The rustle of his footsteps, quick and desperate through the underbrush, was the last human sound to disturb the scene. The woods swallowed him up, leaving behind only an awful, profound silence. And in the clearing, the sun continued to shine, the water continued to flow, and the birds eventually returned to their branches. Nature, indifferent and eternal, began the slow work of reclaiming the scene. Ellen Smith was left alone, with only the indifferent sky and the whispering trees as witnesses to her final moments. The story of the violence lives in the soil of that clearing, but the story of the aftermath is preserved in a different kind of silence, the quiet, dusty archives of the Forsyth County Courthouse. Here, the raw, human tragedy of Ellen Smith's death was translated into the cold, formal language of the law. I've held the photocopies in my own hands. The coroner's report, the court docket, the arrest warrant. Each one tells a piece of the story, but it's a version scrubbed clean of all emotion. The coroner's inquest is a marvel of clinical detachment. It describes the location where the body was found and the position in which she was lying. And then, the cause of death is recorded with chilling simplicity. Gunshot wound. That's it. Just 2 words to extinguish a life filled with hope, fear, and a desperate love. There is no mention of the rumored child, no hint of the ultimatum that signed her death warrant. The official record reduces the entire complex tragedy of Ellen's final moments to a simple medical observation. Then you see Peter de Graaf's name for the first time in the court's ledger. The State versus Peter de Graaf. Charge, murder. Black ink on a ruled line. The paper doesn't record the terror he must have felt as he fled through the woods. It doesn't acknowledge the powerful weight of his family's name or the public's immediate, overwhelming assumption of his guilt. It just lays out a simple, brutal equation. 1 victim, 1 accused. The entire storm of passion and desperation is boiled down to a case number. Reading these documents is like looking at a photograph of a house fire. You see the structure, the smoke, the event itself. But you can't feel the heat. You can't hear the screams. You can't smell the ash. The law is concerned with facts, with evidence that can be presented to a jury. It has no vocabulary for the intricate web of honor, shame, and class that drove these 2 people to that secluded spot. But these dry, impartial papers, for all their lack of soul, were about to set in motion a manhunt that would make Peter de Graaf a household name across the state. The law, once set in motion by those cold documents, moved with surprising speed. Suspicion fell on Peter de Graaf like a hawk on a field mouse, swift, singular, and absolute. He was her known lover. He had the motive, and he was the last person seen with her. He was arrested and charged with the murder of Ellen Smith. But in the courtroom, Peter was a different man from the panicked killer who fled the woods. He was unnervingly calm, dressed impeccably, denying everything with a steady voice. The evidence against him was powerful, but purely circumstantial. There was no murder weapon, no confession, no one who saw him pull the trigger. The prosecution built a case on motive and opportunity, while the defense chipped away at the lack of hard proof. The jury was torn, and the result was a mistrial. For a moment it seemed Peter de Graaf might just walk free. But a guilty man with a reprieve is a dangerous thing. Before a second trial could be convened, Peter made a move that would seal his fate more surely than any piece of evidence. With the help of his brother, he soared through the bars of his jail cell and, under the cover of a moonless night, vanished. To the public, this was the ultimate confession. An innocent man stands and fights for his name. A guilty man runs for his life. His escape transformed him from a suspect into a condemned fugitive in the eyes of the entire state. The law was no longer just seeking a conviction. It was now hunting a man who had made a mockery of it. The manhunt was vast. Telegraphs crackled with his description, and his name was on the lips of lawmen from Virginia to Tennessee. Months went by. The trail went cold. It seemed Peter de Graaf had been swallowed by the continent. Then, a tip came from a world away. He was found hundreds of miles from North Carolina, hiding in the most unlikely of places, working as a common hand in a traveling circus in Robinson, Kansas. The dapper man about town had become a ghost, living amongst the clowns and the carnies. The long arm of the law finally closed around him there, and he was brought back to Winston-Salem in chains, the spectacle of his capture only fueling the public's certainty of his guilt. His second trial was a formality. The courtroom was packed, the air thick with condemnation. This time, there was no doubt, no hesitation. The prosecution now had the most damning evidence of all: his flight from justice. The jury didn't need to see a weapon. They saw a man who had run, and they knew why. The trial was swift, the arguments a foregone conclusion. The jury filed out and returned in what must have felt like a heartbeat. The court clerk asked for the verdict. A silence fell over the room, so heavy you could feel the weight of it in your chest. The foreman, a grim-faced farmer, rose to his feet, unfolded a small piece of paper, and spoke the single word that everyone had come to hear: guilty. The dry legal process that began with a line of ink in a ledger had found its final, brutal endpoint. Peter de Graaf was sentenced to hang by the neck until dead. Every story has an end, and for the people who live them, that end is often found in a place like this, the old Salem Cemetery. It's a quiet library of stone, where the final chapters of thousands of lives are etched into granite and marble. I came here to find the last, quiet resting places of the two people at the heart of our story. It doesn't take long to find Ellen's. Her grave is marked by a simple flat stone, a humble marker that lies low in the grass, easily missed if you aren't looking for it. There is no grand epitaph, just her name and the dates that bookend her short, tragic life. It is a lonely grave for a girl who died alone. And yet, her story has kept this spot from being forgotten. People still come. They know the ballad, and they seek out this small stone as a kind of pilgrimage. Her final resting place is as modest as the life she lived, but the legend that grew from it is monumental. In death, the poor, forgotten maid became more famous than any of the wealthy people buried around her. Then, you walk just 100 yards or so past other weathered stones, and you find the de Graaf family plot. And there he is, Peter de Graaf. His marker is part of a respectable family collection, more substantial than Ellen's, but weathered by the same century of sun and rain. And the irony is so thick you can almost taste it. He killed her to protect his family's name, to sever their connection forever. But here they lie, just a short walk from one another. Enemies in life, neighbors for all eternity in this silent city of the dead. Seeing these two stones, so close and yet worlds apart, makes you realize that the gallows was not the end of the story. It was only the end of Peter's. For the families left behind, for the community that had witnessed the tragedy, the consequences were just beginning to unfold. The final verdict had been delivered, but the long shadow of that day was only starting to stretch across the land. On February 8, 1894, a massive crowd gathered in Winston-Salem. It was a public holiday of the grimmest sort. They came to see Peter de Graaf hang. He was led to the gallows, and even in his final moments, he maintained his unnerving calm. He refused to confess. He did not ask for forgiveness. And here, the history of the event blurs into the legend. The story, the one that truly matters, is that as he stood on the gallows with the rope around his neck, he handed a note to his brother. Some say it was a poem, a final confession scribbled on a scrap of paper. No one knows for sure if this note ever existed, but it didn't have to. The idea of it was enough. It was the confession the public craved, the final poetic admission of guilt that would become the very soul of the ballad. The trapdoor fell, and Peter de Graaf was gone. But the story was far from over. His execution did not bring peace. For Ellen Smith's family, there was no real victory. Their daughter was still gone, her name still tangled up in scandal. For the de Graaf family, the shame was permanent. Their son was a convicted murderer, his name a stain they would carry for generations. And for Fanny Fost, the woman Peter was supposed to marry, life was irrevocably altered. She had been saved from a marriage to a killer, but she would forever be known as the other woman in a famous murder case. The long shadow of that day fell across all of them. The survivors had to go on living in a town where every whisper, every knowing glance was a reminder of the tragedy. They had to rebuild their lives on the fractured ground of a scandal that was already becoming a local legend. The law had delivered its justice, the guilty party had paid the ultimate price, but the human cost continued to be paid in quiet grief and public shame for years to come. The event was over, but the memory, raw and painful, had just begun its long, slow burn into the community's consciousness. You would think that a story with a body, a killer, a trial, and an execution would have a clear, definitive ending. But it rarely works that way. The song that bears Ellen's name paints the picture in stark black and white. There is a villain, and there is a victim. Peter de Graaf is the cold-hearted killer, and Ellen Smith is the poor, innocent girl he murdered. For the rest of the world, for anyone who has ever heard that mournful tune, that is the end of the story. It is a simple, powerful, and enduring morality tale. But when you spend time here, when you talk to people whose roots run deep in this soil, you find that the truth is never that clean. In the whispers and memories that were never set to music, a different, more complicated picture emerges. While no one defends what Peter did, the telling of the story shifts. In this version, Ellen is not just a passive lamb led to the slaughter. She is a woman who, finding herself in a desperate situation, used the only weapon she had, the threat of public shame. She gave an ultimatum, a high-stakes gamble in a game where she held very few cards. Likewise, in this whispered history, Peter de Graaf isn't a simple monster. He is a weak man, a foolish man, trapped by his own vices and the rigid expectations of his family. He was a coward, driven to an act of unimaginable cruelty, not by pure evil, but by the desperate fear of losing his social standing. This doesn't excuse him. It doesn't absolve him of his crime. But it recasts the story from a simple melodrama into a more complicated and perhaps more human tragedy about two flawed people crushed by the unforgiving social codes of their time. So which version is the truth? Was Ellen the pure innocent from the ballad, or the desperate gambler from the local law? Was Peter a cold-blooded predator, or a cornered coward? The answer is likely lost somewhere in the middle, in the unspoken words that passed between them in that clearing. The official record tells one story, the famous ballad tells another, and the quiet, persistent memory of the community tells a third. The truth, as it so often does, depends entirely on who is telling the story. And this is how a story truly becomes immortal. It's not in the court records or the newspaper clippings. In the mountains, a story survives when it is set to music. Almost immediately after Peter de Graaf's execution, the tale of what he had done was put to a simple, mournful tune. These murder ballads were the lifeblood of Appalachian history, a way of preserving cautionary tales and shocking news in a time before radio or television. They were the people's history, sung on porches and in parlors, passed down from one generation to the next. The Ballad of Poor Ellen Smith is a masterpiece of the form, chilling because it's told from the killer's point of view. It's not a song of remorse, but a cold, matter-of-fact confession. The lyrics, supposedly taken from that mythical note found on the gallows, captured the entire tragedy in a few unforgettable verses. It tells of the murder, the escape, the capture, and the final, lonely walk to the gallows. The song became so powerful, so definitive, that it completely overwrote the messy, complicated reality of the case. The legal arguments, the circumstantial evidence, the lack of a weapon, all of that faded away. The song became the truth. Over time, history dissolves and legend takes its place. The trauma of Ellen's death seeped into the very soil of this place, sprouting ghost stories. For 100 years, people have claimed to see a sorrowful apparition wandering the woods near the old water race, the ghost of a young woman in a simple dress, forever searching for the justice she was denied in life. The real Ellen Smith, the girl who worked at the hotel and dreamed of a better life, was gone. In her place was a folk hero, a ghost, and the title character of a timeless, haunting song, a cautionary tale that still echoes through these hills today. And so we find ourselves back where this journey began, here in this quiet clearing by the water. When we first stood here, it was just a peaceful spot in the woods, a place where nature had seemingly washed away the past. But it isn't quiet anymore, is it? Now, you can almost hear the echoes, the frantic, whispered argument, the single deafening crack of the pistol, and then the profound, awful silence that followed. We came here looking for the truth behind a famous song, and we found something far more raw and complicated. We found a story not just of a simple villain and a helpless victim, but of two desperate people trapped by the unforgiving social codes of their time. We found that the truth is rarely as clean as a ballad's verse. It's a powerful reminder that every forgotten place, every quiet wood like this one, has a story to tell if you're willing to listen. They are silent libraries, filled with tales of love, pride, and the terrible, irreversible choices that can change everything in a single heartbeat. The world that created Peter de Graaf and Ellen Smith is gone. The hotel she worked in, the gallows he died on, they have all vanished into time. The people themselves are little more than dust and whispers. But the ballad is still sung on porches and stages 100 years later. And the story remains. I'm standing on a piece of ground that has a story to tell, though you wouldn't know it to look at it now. All that's left is a ghost of a chimney, clawing its way out of a tangle of kudzu and briars, and a few foundation stones sweating in the humidity. This was once the heart of the Lincoln family homestead, here in the deep hollows of Lincoln County, West Virginia. The air feels heavy, weighted down by memory. If you listen close, past the wind in the pines, you can almost hear the echoes of a conflict so brutal it was called a war that poisoned this ground and set neighbor against neighbor, kin against kin. Today, we're going to find out why. We're going to listen to these ruins and understand what happened right here that turned a family's dream into this pile of forgotten stone. Let's wind the clock back 150 years. The year is 1870. The chimney we see today isn't a ruin, it's the heart of a home, breathing a steady plume of wood smoke into the crisp morning air. The house it's attached to is a testament to hard work. 2 stories of hand-hewn poplar logs chinked tight against the mountain cold. The porch is wide, and on it sits the patriarch, Colonel Absalom Lincoln, a man as hard and unyielding as the rock-laced soil he commands. His face is a roadmap of hard-won battles, framed by a graying beard, but it's his left sleeve, neatly pinned to his shoulder, that tells the most important story. It's a constant, silent reminder of what he lost at Gettysburg, and a symbol of the cause he still believes in. From this porch, Absalom doesn't see a wilderness. He sees his kingdom. He sees the bottomland, dark and rich, where his sons are already working the fields with a pair of mules. He hears the rhythmic turn of the water wheel at his grist mill down on the creek, the only one for 10 miles in any direction. His world is one of order, built on the unshakable pillars of family, honor, and the sweat of your brow. The Lincolns are not just a family, they are a clan, the closest thing this part of West Virginia has to aristocracy, and Absalom is their unquestioned leader. They believe the old ways are the best ways, and that a man's worth is measured by the land he holds and the word he keeps. Life here is hard, but it's whole. In the house, the women are already at their chores, the smell of baking bread and boiling coffee mingling with the wood smoke. Children's laughter spills out from the yard. This isn't just a farm. It's the center of a community, a place where people come for justice, for advice, or to have their corn ground. For Absalom Lincoln, this homestead is more than property. It is the physical manifestation of his soul, a legacy he intends to pass down through generations. It is a symbol of survival, a piece of the Old South rebuilt here in the mountains. But a shadow is beginning to creep up the hollows. Strangers have been seen in the hills, men with tripods and measuring chains, men in city clothes who speak with northern accents. They talk of progress, of timber rights and railroad lines. They speak of the black rock that lies in seams beneath the earth and the fortunes that can be made from it. To some, this is the sound of opportunity. To Colonel Lincoln, it sounds like a second invasion, a new kind of threat to the way of life he sacrificed his arm to defend. And he knows who is welcoming these invaders. The McCoy clan, led by Black Elias McCoy. They are new money, men who didn't fight for a cause but profited from the chaos, selling to both sides and getting rich while their neighbors bled. The Lincolns see them as scavengers, men without honor, who would sell the very ground from under their feet for a stack of Yankee dollars. For now, the conflict is a cold silence in the town square, a stiff nod at the crossroads. But on his porch, Absalom Lincoln watches the sun rise over his land, and he knows a storm is coming. He can feel it in the ache of his missing arm. To understand how a family's pride curdles into a generation of hate, you have to look beyond the soil and stone. You have to follow the paper trail, as thin and fragile as it may be. I've spent weeks doing just that, digging through dusty boxes in the archives, and I found something. This is what I believe is the first drop of poison. It's a page from the Lincoln County Ledger, dated November 6, 1872. The paper is brittle, the color of old tobacco, and it smells of time itself. Most of it is what you'd expect: crop prices, an ad for a liver tonic, a notice about a church social. But tucked away in a small column on the back page is a single dry paragraph that announces the results of the county election. It officially declares that Jedediah McCoy, brother of Black Elias, had been elected sheriff of Lincoln County. On the surface, this is just democracy at work. But you have to understand, in a place like this, the sheriff's badge was the keys to the kingdom. He controlled everything: who got arrested, whose land got seized for back taxes, and whose brand of justice was enforced. For as long as anyone could remember, the man wearing that badge had been a Lincoln, or a man loyal to the Lincolns. This small, forgotten news clipping wasn't just reporting a political upset, it was documenting a coup. This was the moment the McCoys seized the levers of power, and for Colonel Absalom Lincoln, it was an intolerable insult. This piece of paper tells us what happened, but the question that haunts this story, the question that led to all the bloodshed, is how. That small newspaper column was the official record, the final word. But the story of how Jedediah McCoy's name got printed there was written not in ink, but in sweat, whiskey, and the cold glint of northern silver dollars. On Election Day in 1872, the air outside the Hamlin courthouse was thick with a tension you could taste. It wasn't the celebratory mood of a civic duty. It was the quiet, watchful stillness of two armies waiting for the other to blink. The Lincolns and their supporters gathered on one side of the dusty square, the McCoys on the other. It was a division as clear as a property line drawn in blood. Colonel Absalom Lincoln stood on the courthouse steps, his one good hand resting on a hickory cane. He expected his cousin to win. It was a matter of tradition, of respect. The Lincolns had always guided the county, and their people, the families who had been here for generations, understood that. He watched the proceedings with a stern but confident eye, acknowledging the deferential nods of his fellow farmers and veterans. To him, this election was merely a reaffirmation of the natural order of things, a way of telling the world that the values of the Old South were still alive in these hills. But then came the strangers. They arrived in wagons, a rough-looking collection of men Absalom had never seen before. They weren't farmers. Their hands weren't calloused from the plow, but from the pickaxe and the sledgehammer. They were the survey crews and clearing gangs hired by the railroad interests that Black Elias McCoy had been courting. They were paid in cash and loyalty to the man who signed their checks. One by one, they cast their ballots, their unfamiliar faces a stark insult to the local men who had bled for this ground. A low murmur rippled through the Lincoln crowd. This wasn't an election, it was an invasion by proxy. When the final tally was read aloud, a moment of stunned silence fell over the square. It was quickly shattered by a triumphant roar from the McCoy side of the crowd. Jedediah McCoy had won by a handful of votes, just about the same number of strangers who had been brought in. Black Elias McCoy stood in the center of the celebration, a thin, knowing smile on his face. He had not won an election, he had purchased an office. Colonel Lincoln descended the steps, his face a mask of cold fury. He walked directly to Elias, the crowd parting before him. Their confrontation was quiet, but more menacing than any shout. "You bought this election," Absalom said, his voice low but carrying like a rifle shot in the winter air. "You bought it with northern money and railroad trash." Elias McCoy didn't flinch. He looked the one-armed colonel square in the eye. "The world is changing, Absalom," he replied, his own voice smooth as oiled steel. "It's a new time. You can either get on the train or get run over by it." In that moment, the lines were drawn. It was no longer about politics. It was about honor, about survival. And both men knew, standing there in the dust, that this conflict would not be settled at the ballot box again. Paper and ink can give you the facts, but they can't give you the feeling. They don't have a soul. To find that, you have to talk to the people who carry the story in their blood. That's what led me here, to a small, neat house perched on a hillside, to sit on a front porch with a woman named Sarah Lincoln Vance. She's 87 years old, the great-granddaughter of Colonel Absalom Lincoln's eldest son. Her hands are gnarled with age, but her eyes are sharp, and her memory is a library of stories that have never been written down. I showed her the newspaper clipping about the election. She looked at it, gave a slow, knowing nod, and handed it back to me. "That was the start of the trouble, all right," she said, her voice a soft mountain drawl. "But it ain't the start of the hate. Politics is one thing, that's about power. The hate started later. It started over a boy defending his father's honor. According to the story Sarah's grandmother told her, a few months after the election, there was a church social. It was one of those rare times when the whole county came together, a fragile truce under the eyes of God. But the McCoy victory had made their young men bold, arrogant. One of Elias McCoy's nephews, a boy barely 20, had too much corn liquor and decided to make a show of his family's new standing. He saw Colonel Lincoln standing by himself and said, loud enough for a dozen people to hear, "Looks like the colonel left his voting arm at Gettysburg along with his sense." The insult hung in the air, a stunning act of disrespect. The colonel, a man of immense pride and control, simply turned his back and walked away. But his youngest son, Daniel, who was only 16, saw it all. His face went white with rage. Sarah told me that her grandmother said Daniel was the apple of the colonel's eye, a boy with his father's fire and his mother's kindness. To see his father, a war hero, humiliated like that by a McCoy pup. It was more than he could bear. That, Sarah explained, is the real story behind the first death. The official record, the one whispered in the courthouse, was that Daniel Lincoln got into a dispute with that same McCoy boy over a property line a few days later. But the Lincoln family has always known the truth. Daniel didn't go to that hollow to argue over a few feet of dirt. He went there to demand an apology for his father. The property line was just the place where a boy's pride finally caught up with him. The election gave the McCoys the power, but it was that cruel joke that provided the spark. And that spark was about to ignite the whole damn county. The insult at the church social was a hot coal in Daniel Lincoln's gut. For days, it smoldered. He was only 16, but he had his father's unbending pride. He saw the way the other men looked at the colonel now with a hint of pity. He heard the whispers, and he saw the shame in his father's eyes, a look that cut the boy deeper than any knife. While the older men of the family spoke in hushed tones of political strategy and legal challenges, Daniel was consumed by a simpler, more primal code. An insult to his father's honor was an insult to the entire Lincoln name, and it had to be answered. He wasn't thinking of war or consequences. He was thinking like a son. He found Caleb McCoy, the boy who'd made the joke, working a stand of timber in a narrow hollow where their property lines blurred. It was a lonely place, the sound of the axe echoing off the steep hillsides, the air thick with the smell of pine sap. Daniel didn't come with a rifle leveled. He came on foot, his hands empty, his heart hammering against his ribs. "I want you to apologize to my father," Daniel said, his voice shaking but firm. Caleb McCoy, flush with the arrogance of his family's recent victory, just laughed. He leaned on his axe handle, a smirk on his face. "Your daddy's a cripple and his time is past," Caleb sneered. "Just like the rest of you Lincolns. Now get off my land before I run you off." He spat a wad of tobacco juice near Daniel's feet. That was the final spark. Daniel lunged, his fists clumsy but flying with all the pent-up rage of a wronged son. Caleb, bigger and a few years older, was taken by surprise but quickly recovered. The two boys tumbled to the ground, trading blows in the dirt and mud, a desperate, graceless fight fueled by generations of growing animosity. It wasn't a duel, it was a brawl. They rolled over roots and rocks, their grunts and curses swallowed by the vast indifference of the woods. The struggle carried them to the edge of a steep, rocky ravine that cut through the hollow. Caleb had Daniel pinned, his knuckles bloodying the boy's face. Daniel, in a surge of desperate strength, bucked and twisted, trying to throw him off. For a split second, their weight shifted. Caleb's boot slipped on a patch of wet moss. His eyes widened, his smirk replaced by a flash of genuine terror. He scrabbled for a handhold, but there was nothing but air. With a cry that was cut short by the sickening crack of a branch, he disappeared over the edge. Silence. A profound, ringing silence broken only by the gurgle of the creek below and Daniel's own ragged breaths. He crawled to the edge and looked down. Caleb McCoy lay twisted on the rocks below, his body unnaturally still. The fight was over. A 16-year-old boy, defending his father's honor, had just committed the first act of war. He scrambled back from the edge, a wave of cold horror washing over him, and he ran. He ran not as a victor, but as a terrified child who had just opened the gates of hell. When Caleb's body was found, the McCoys screamed for blood. Sheriff Jedediah McCoy declared it murder and swore to hang the Lincoln boy responsible. But Colonel Absalom Lincoln, seeing the terror in his own son's eyes, made a decision. He would not give his child to a McCoy sheriff and a McCoy mob. He gathered his clan, and at the funeral for the young Lincoln boy, because that is what the official story now became, a tragic hunting fall, he stood over the simple pine coffin and made his vow. "The law of this county is a tool for our enemies," he declared, his voice like iron. "From this day forward, we will be our own law, an eye for an eye, a life for a life." The point of no return had been crossed. The time for words was over. After a death like that, vengeance doesn't wait long in these mountains. It just waits for the right time and the right place. That place is here. I'm standing beside the Wyandot River at a sharp, angry turn in the road that locals have called Devil's Elbow for as long as anyone can remember. Today, it's peaceful. The water rushes over the rocks and the sun filters down through a thick canopy of leaves. It's a beautiful, forgotten corner of the county. But if you know where to look, the scars are still here. This wide gravel shoulder I'm standing on isn't the original road. The old wagon trace ran closer to the water, right along the base of this sheer rock wall. And up there, about 50 feet above me, is a high wooded ridge that looks down on this entire bend. It's a perfect natural ambush point, a kill box designed by God himself. The sandstone up there is still pockmarked, weathered by a century of rain and ice, but you can still make them out. Dark little circles against the grey rock, each one a silent testament to the chaos that was unleashed right where I'm standing. This is where the Lincolns delivered their answer to the death of young Daniel. It wasn't a back-alley knife fight. It was a calculated military-style operation, planned and led by a man who had learned the art of war on the bloodiest battlefields in the nation. You have to imagine it. A slow-moving wagon, heavy with the payroll for a McCoy timber crew, rumbling down that narrow trace. The men inside, feeling safe, probably not even thinking of trouble. They never saw the shadows moving in the laurel up on that ridge. They only heard the sound of Colonel Lincoln's justice speaking all at once. The McCoy payroll wagon creaked its way along the river trace, moving at the slow, steady pace of the mules that pulled it. Inside, 3 McCoy kinsmen were relaxed, their rifles leaning against the wagon bed. The money, a heavy lockbox full of silver dollars, was a comforting weight between them. It was a warm afternoon in 1875. The air was sweet, and the only sounds were the jingle of the harness, the rumble of the wheels, and the endless rush of the Wyandot. As they rounded Devil's Elbow, the high rock wall threw the road into deep shadow, offering a brief respite from the sun. It was the last moment of peace any of them would ever know. The first shot was not a warning. It was a declaration. A single sharp crack echoed from the ridge above, and the lead mule went down as if struck by lightning, its collapse throwing the entire wagon into a groaning, tangled halt. Before the McCoy men could even register what had happened, the ridge exploded in a volley of synchronized fire. It was not the scattered shooting of a brawl, it was the disciplined, concentrated fire of soldiers. The sound was a physical blow, a deafening wall of noise that hammered the wagon from above. The wooden sideboards of the wagon splintered instantly, peppered with a dozen heavy-caliber impacts. The air filled with the smell of gunpowder and hot lead. The man holding the reins was thrown backward from his seat, the leather straps falling from his hands. A second man, who had been scrambling for his rifle, suddenly slumped forward over the lockbox, his own weapon clattering, unfired, to the floorboards. The third and final man managed to raise his pistol and fire a single wild shot toward the trees before he too was silenced, collapsing in a heap beside his comrades. Then, as suddenly as it began, an absolute silence fell over the bend in the road. It was a heavy, profound quiet, broken only by the panicked breathing of the remaining mule and the ceaseless murmur of the river. From the dense laurel on the ridge, a line of figures emerged, moving with quiet purpose down the steep incline. They were led by Colonel Absalom Lincoln. His face was grim, his eyes cold and methodical. He was not a man consumed by rage. He was a commander inspecting a battlefield after a successful engagement. He walked to the wagon and looked upon the scene of instant, overwhelming destruction. His men watched him, waiting for a command. Absalom surveyed the interior of the wagon, his gaze falling upon the untouched lockbox full of silver. He made no move toward it. This was not about money. This was about payment of a different kind. Reaching into his own pocket, he pulled out a single spent rifle cartridge, a 56 Spencer, the signature of his old cavalry unit, and placed it deliberately on the driver's seat. It was a message, a signature left in brass and smoke. He turned without another word and led his men back into the woods, vanishing as quickly as they had appeared, leaving behind a monument of splintered wood and terrible silence. The war had begun in earnest. After the smoke clears and the bodies are carried away, the machinery of the law, however rusty and biased, has to turn. And this is what it produces. This is the official coroner's inquest, filed in the Lincoln County Courthouse just 2 days after the ambush at Devil's Elbow. The handwriting is a spidery, formal script on paper that has gone thin and brown with age, but the words themselves are cold, hard, and clipped. They are the official story, the version of events that was meant to be preserved for history. I'll read you the key passage. It says, "The deceased, identified as Silas McCoy, John R. McCoy, and Peter Vance, did come to their deaths by means of multiple gunshot wounds. Evidence suggests the attack was carried out from the high ridge overlooking the road. The company payroll box, containing approximately $200, was found undisturbed. The perpetrators are, at this time, unknown. Perpetrators unknown. In a county this small, where every family knows every other family's business, that phrase is a lie. A necessary, legal lie, perhaps, but a lie nonetheless. The whole county knew who had the skill to organize an attack like that. The whole county knew who owned Spencer repeating rifles. And the whole county knew who had a fresh grudge and a score to settle. This document, in its sterile official language, scrubs the passion from the event. It doesn't mention the insult at the church social or the death of a 16-year-old boy. It reduces Colonel Lincoln's methodical act of vengeance to a simple, anonymous triple homicide. But this dry, passionless report was more than just a historical record. For Sheriff Jedediah McCoy, it was a weapon. It was the legal justification he'd been waiting for. It transformed a family feud into a matter of state law. Armed with this piece of paper, he could deputize his kinsmen, raise a posse, and legally ride out to the Lincoln homestead, not as an avenging McCoy, but as the High Sheriff of Lincoln County, serving a warrant and hunting down fugitives. The law had officially chosen a side. Sheriff Jedediah McCoy didn't waste a moment. That coroner's report was the only authority he needed, a piece of tin and paper that gave his vengeance the color of law. He deputized a dozen men that very day. This was no impartial posse of civic-minded citizens. It was a swarm of angry hornets. Every man was a McCoy by blood or by payroll, their faces hard, their eyes alight with a hunger for retribution. They rode out from Hamlin not as peacekeepers, but as an army, with Sheriff McCoy at their head, the warrants for Absalom Lincoln's sons tucked safely in his coat pocket. Their destination was the Lincoln homestead. They thundered up the hollow, a column of armed horsemen that was a clear and brutal message. This was not an attempt at a quiet arrest. It was a show of force meant to intimidate and to break the will of the Lincoln clan. But when they arrived, they found not a terrified family, but a fortress. The heavy shutters were barred on the windows, the porch was empty, and the long barrels of several rifles poked from carefully cut loopholes in the log walls. Colonel Absalom Lincoln himself stepped out onto the porch, his Spencer rifle held ready in his one good hand. Sheriff McCoy held up the warrants. "Absalom, I'm here for your boys by the authority of Lincoln County." The colonel's reply was as cold and sharp as a winter wind. "Your authority ends where my property begins, Jedediah. Your piece of paper means nothing here. Now turn your riders around before I am forced to defend my home." For a long, tense moment, the two sides faced each other in absolute silence. Then, a nervous McCoy deputy shifted his weight, his horse stamped, and a rifleman inside the Lincoln house took it as a threat. A single shot cracked the stillness, kicking up dirt just in front of McCoy's horse. That was all it took. The posse unleashed a ragged volley of fire at the house, which was answered by the disciplined, withering fire of the defenders. McCoy's men were exposed, out in the open, and after several minutes of taking the worst of the exchange, they were forced into a humiliating retreat back down the hollow. Furious and thwarted, Jedediah and Elias McCoy devised a new strategy. If they couldn't take the Lincoln fort, they would seize the counties. They rode their posse back into Hamlin, but they didn't disperse. Instead, they dismounted and in a shocking act of insurrection, stormed the county courthouse. They threw out the Lincoln-appointed clerk and barricaded the doors. From the windows of the very building meant to dispense justice, McCoy riflemen now aimed their weapons out at the town square. There was no trial. There was no capture. The verdict was delivered by Jedediah McCoy himself, who hung a hand-painted sign from the courthouse balcony. By order of the sheriff, martial law is in effect. All sympathizers of the Lincoln clan will be deemed outlaws. The pursuit of the law had ended with the law itself being taken hostage. Lincoln County now had two armed camps, two governments. The Lincolns, barricaded in their home, and the McCoys, ruling from a stolen courthouse. The town of Hamlin became a no-man's land where the slightest movement could draw a sniper's bullet, and the promise of a full-scale battle hung over the valley like a storm cloud waiting to break. Every war, no matter how large or small, ends in the same place, a quiet plot of ground under a silent sky. I'm here now, in the old Hamlin Cemetery, a place where the stones lean like tired old men, and the stories they tell are slowly being erased by wind and rain. The grass is high, and the only sound is the drone of cicadas in the ancient oaks. I came here to find the final chapters of the two men who started it all, to see where their ambition and their bitterness finally led them. It wasn't hard to find Colonel Absalom Lincoln. His grave is on a small rise overlooking the valley. It's a simple, dignified stone of grey granite, the kind a soldier would choose. The inscription is clear and deep: Colonel Absalom Lincoln, CSA, beloved father and husband. A small, sun-bleached Confederate flag is planted in the earth beside it, a sign that even after all these years, someone still comes here to remember the man and the cause he fought for. His legacy, at least to his own family, is one of honor. Finding Black Elias McCoy was a different story. His grave is tucked away in a low-lying corner of the cemetery, where the water gathers and the weeds grow thickest. His headstone was clearly once more expensive than the colonel's, a tall, ornate piece of marble, but time has been cruel to it. It's tilted badly, stained dark green with moss, and a thick vein of ivy is slowly choking the inscription. I had to pull it away to even read the name. Here lies the man who wanted to drag the county into the modern age, the man who dealt in railroads and northern money, yet his final resting place is forgotten, sinking back into the earth. And here is the final bitter irony of the Lincoln County War. They lie just 100 yards apart now. The proud colonel and the ambitious McCoy, enemies who set the hills on fire with their hatred, are now silent neighbors for eternity. They fought for control of a whole county, for timber rights and political power, and in the end, this is all they hold: a 6-foot plot of dirt. Their war of sieges and snipers didn't last forever. It had to end. And standing here between their graves, the question becomes unavoidable. What was the final act that brought these two powerful men to this quiet, humble end? The journey from the courthouse siege to those two lonely graves was not a short one. It was a slow, grinding descent into a hell of their own making. The standoff was eventually broken by a traveling circuit judge, a brave man named Theron Parsons, who rode into Hamlin flanked by federal marshals. He brokered a fragile truce, a peace as thin as January ice, forcing the McCoys to relinquish the courthouse and the Lincolns to lay down their arms under the threat of state intervention. For a few tense months, an uneasy quiet settled over the county, but the hate was still there, simmering just beneath the surface. That fragile peace was shattered by a single rifle shot in the summer of 1878. Judge Parsons, seen as sympathetic to the Lincolns, was sitting on the porch of his boarding house when a bullet from the shadows found him. The assassination was a message. There was no room for impartial law in Lincoln County. The truce was over. The act was so brazen, so final, that it pushed both sides past the point of no return. The rules of engagement, if there ever were any, were burned along with the judge's body on the funeral pyre. The conflict then devolved into a new, more ruinous kind of warfare: economic destruction. One moonless night, McCoy riders swept through the Lincoln holdings, their torches finding the grist mill and the barns full of the year's harvest. The orange glow against the night sky was visible for miles, a signal that the McCoys were no longer just trying to win, but to erase the Lincolns from the land entirely. The retaliation was swift and terrible. The Lincolns, led by Absalom's remaining sons, no longer targeted barns. They targeted homes, setting fire to the McCoy homesteads and driving women and children out into the cold. It was a war of total annihilation, where the goal was to leave the enemy with nothing but ashes. This was the war that finally broke both clans. Black Elias McCoy, for all his cunning, found his fortune turning to ash in his hands. He had spent everything on hired guns, legal fees and bribes, and with his timber operations constantly under threat, his northern business partners abandoned him. He died a few years later, not from a bullet, but a broken man. His dreams of a McCoy dynasty ruined, leaving little behind but debts and a legacy of hate. Colonel Absalom Lincoln met a more direct, but no less tragic, end. In the spring of 1880, believing the worst of the fighting was over, he was out plowing his field, trying to bring life back to the soil that had soaked up so much blood. The man who had survived Gettysburg, who had fortified his home against a sheriff's army, was shot in the back by an unknown assassin from the tree line. He died with his hand on the plow. With the patriarchs of both families gone, the war simply ran out of fuel. The long shadow it cast, however, would stretch for generations, a darkness that fell not just on the families who fought, but on the very soul of the county itself. You might think that after 150 years, the dust would have settled, and the story of the Lincoln County War would be just that, a story. But you'd be wrong. The shooting may have stopped in 1880, but the war of words, the war of whispers and memory, never truly ended. It's still being fought today in quiet conversations on front porches and at family reunions. The truth of what happened depends entirely on who you ask, because in Lincoln County, history isn't a single solid thing. It's a fractured mirror, and every family holds a piece. To this day, if you find someone with the last name Lincoln, they will tell you a story of heroes and villains. In their version, Colonel Absalom Lincoln was a tragic patriarch, a man of unshakable honor who was forced to defend his family and his way of life against a tide of corruption. The McCoys were nothing but greedy upstarts, puppets for northern industrialists who stole an election and used a tainted badge to wage a campaign of terror. The ambush at Devil's Elbow wasn't murder, it was justice. Fortifying their home wasn't insurrection, it was a desperate act of self-preservation. Absalom Lincoln, they'll tell you, died a martyr for the old ways. But go down the road a few miles to a hollow where the McCoy name is still common, and you will hear a very different tale. They'll tell you Black Elias McCoy was a visionary, a man of progress who saw a future for Lincoln County beyond subsistence farming and isolation. He was trying to bring jobs, money, and the railroad into these hills, but he was blocked at every turn by the Lincolns, a violent, stubborn clan who couldn't accept that the world had changed. In their story, the Lincolns were the aggressors, murderers who killed a boy over a petty squabble and ambushed honest men on a public road. Jedediah McCoy wasn't a crooked sheriff. He was a brave lawman trying to bring killers to justice in the face of an armed rebellion. So who was the hero and who was the villain? The truth, as it so often does in these mountains, probably lives somewhere in the grey shadows between those two stories. Most of the other old families in the county, the ones who weren't Lincolns or McCoys, have their own version. They'll tell you it was a pointless feud between two proud, power-hungry clans that tore the county apart, bled it dry, and left it weak and vulnerable. They see both Absalom and Elias not as heroes or villains, but as two stubborn old fools who, in their fight over who would rule the county, ended up destroying it for everyone, paving the way for the real conquerors, the coal and timber companies who bought up the land for pennies on the dollar from the widows and orphans left behind. When a story is carved into a place with this much blood and sorrow, The facts themselves often become too heavy to carry. Over the generations, the sharp, painful edges of history get worn smooth and the story transforms. It stops being a dry account of an election and an ambush, and it becomes something else entirely, a legend. The Lincoln County War didn't just leave scars on the landscape, it left ghosts in the minds of the people, specters that still walk the high ridges and whisper in the deep hollows. The most enduring of these is the tale of the phantom rider of Hart's Creek. Even now, some old-timers will tell you that if you're out on the ridges at dusk, you might see him, a lone figure on a pale horse silhouetted against the dying light. He never gets close, never makes a sound. He just watches. During the war, men from both sides claimed to have seen him right before a killing, a silent omen of the violence to come. Some say he's the ghost of a soldier, eternally watching his home tear itself apart. Others believe he is death himself, drawn to these hills by the sheer volume of hate. The historical fact of the ambushes and killings has been given a supernatural guardian, a way for the people to personify the sense of doom that hung over the county. This is how the community processed the trauma. The raw greed of Black Elias McCoy was too mundane, so it was transformed into a legend of a devil's bargain, a story that he sold the souls of his kinsmen to a dark-suited stranger in exchange for power. The cold-blooded tactics of Colonel Lincoln were easier to understand if you believed he was acting under a curse laid on the land by a crooked surveyor. The facts of the war became the bones, but folklore, ghost stories, and cautionary tales grew over them like flesh. It's the final stage in a story's life, the moment history dissolves and a legend is born to carry the emotional truth of what was lost. And so we find ourselves back where we started, here at the lonely chimney, standing sentinel over the ghost of the Lincoln homestead. When we first stood here, this was just a pile of stones, a forgotten ruin in a tangle of weeds. But it's not just a ruin anymore, is it? Now we see it for what it is. It's a monument. It's a testament to the pride of a one-armed colonel, to the fury of a son defending his father's honor, and to the terrible final silence that fell when the war was over. These stones are heavy with the weight of that story, a story of how a home can become a fortress, and how a fortress can become a tomb. We have walked a long and bloody road today, from a dusty newspaper archive to a quiet front porch where memories are still kept alive. We stood at Devil's Elbow, where justice was delivered from the barrel of a rifle, and we walked between the graves of two old enemies who are now neighbors in the silent earth. We have seen how a political squabble, fueled by a simple, cruel insult, could ignite a fire that would consume two families and poison a county for 100 years. The ultimate tragedy of the Lincoln County War is that in the end, nobody won. The Lincolns and the McCoys fought over who would control the future of these hills, and they fought with such ferocity that they destroyed each other. Their war left a vacuum, a void of power and leadership that was quickly filled by the very outsiders they both, in their own ways, distrusted. The coal and timber barons swept in, and the true conquest of Lincoln County began, not with a gunshot, but with the stroke of a pen on a deed. So the next time you pass a forgotten ruin on a lonely road, remember that it's not just a pile of stones. It's a library filled with stories of love, loss, and the choices that define us. The people are gone, the houses are gone, but the story remains. Two days shy of her 41st birthday, shotgun blasts ripped through the quiet hills of the Indian Territory. She was shot in the back, a coward's ambush. The woman they called the Bandit Queen lay dead in the dirt, just feet from her own gate. The dime novels painted her as a female Jesse James, a ruthless outlaw. But that's the legend. How does a girl who mastered Greek and the piano, born to a respectable family, end her days this way? Today, we separate the truth from the lies to find the real Myra Maybelle Shirley and to ask the question that still haunts these hills. Who wanted her dead? Before the legend, there was a girl named Myra Maybelle Shirley. She wasn't born in a dusty outlaw camp, but into a life of relative comfort in Carthage, Missouri. Her father, John Shirley, was a respected farmer, innkeeper, and judge, a man of property and standing. Their home sat on the very edge of civilization, where the rolling prairies gave way to the rugged ancient Ozark Hills. It was a land with a soul much like Appalachia's, a place of tight-knit clans, fierce independence, and memories as long and deep as the valleys themselves. The roots of that spirit ran deep in Myra's blood. Her mother, Elizabeth Hatfield Shirley, came from the same line as the notorious Hatfields of the West Virginia-Kentucky border. This wasn't just a distant relation, it was a heritage. It meant that Myra was born into a world where honor was defended with fists and firearms, where loyalty to family was the highest law, and where an insult was a debt that would one day be paid in full. This was the unwritten code of the mountains, a code she understood long before she ever read a law book. On the surface, however, Myra was being molded into a proper Southern lady. Her father sent her to the Carthage Female Academy, a place of refinement and learning. She studied the classics, mastered Greek and Latin, and could fill the Shirley home with the beautiful, complex notes of a piano sonata. She was intelligent, articulate, and poised, everything a daughter of a prominent family was expected to be. She was destined for a life of quiet dignity, of ball gowns and polite conversation. But beneath the corset and silk beat the heart of a rebel. The same girl who could quote Greek philosophers was more at home in the saddle, racing her horse through the woods with a freedom most women of her time could only dream of. She preferred the company of her older brother, Bud, and his friends, learning from them the ways of the wilderness. She could handle a shotgun with a skill that shamed grown men and knew the hidden trails of the Ozarks as if they were lines on the palm of her hand. Two worlds were at war inside this young woman: the polished, respectable world her father was building for her, and the wild, untamed world of the hills that flowed in her Hatfield blood. For a time, she could walk in both. But a storm was gathering on the horizon of America, a storm of fire and steel that would sweep across the nation, and it would force Myra Maybelle Shirley to choose, once and for all, which world she truly belonged to. Little did she know that choice would burn the life she knew to the ground. If the Ozark Hills were the anvil of Myra's character, the Civil War was the hammer that shattered it and reforged it into something hard and sharp. When the war came, it didn't just divide the nation, it ripped through Missouri, turning neighbor against neighbor in a savage guerrilla conflict. The Shirley family didn't hesitate. Their loyalty was to the Confederacy, and their home soon became a clandestine way station for the most feared Southern partisans, the bushwhackers. Men like William Quantrill and Bloody Bill Anderson, men who fought with a cold fury, found refuge under the Shirley roof. And riding with them were boys who would become legends in their own right, the James brothers and the Younger brothers. This was the world that consumed Myra Maybelle. She saw these men not as outlaws, but as heroes defending their homes. And her greatest hero was her own brother, Edwin, whom everyone called Bud. He was everything she admired: brave, defiant, and free. When he joined the bushwhackers, Myra's war began. The polite young lady from the academy vanished, replaced by a cunning operative for the Southern cause. Legends say she would use her charm and education to flirt with Union officers, prying information from them about troop movements, which she would then pass on to her brother and his comrades. She became a scout, a spy, a vital part of the shadow war being fought in the Missouri hills. For a time, it must have felt like a dangerous, righteous adventure. She was fighting alongside her brother, defending her family's beliefs. The risk was real, but so was the adrenaline, the sense of purpose. She was no longer just a girl playing piano, she was a player in the great bloody drama of her time. But this was no adventure, and the price of this war was about to be brought to her door in the most brutal way imaginable. In 1864, the hammer fell. Federal troops, tired of the constant raids and ambushes, hunted down Bud Shirley. He was trapped, cornered, and killed. For 16-year-old Myra, the news wasn't just devastating, it was the end of her world. The light of her life, her protector, her idol, was gone, slain by the very men she saw as foreign invaders. In that moment, her girlish patriotism and grief curdled into something far darker, a cold, permanent, all-consuming hatred. A hatred for the government, for its uniforms, for its laws. They had taken her brother, and in doing so, they had taken a part of her soul. The war might end for the country, but for Myra Shirley, it would never be over. She would spend the rest of her life fighting the victors. After the war, the Shirley family fled to Texas, seeking a new life from the ashes of the old. But for Myra, peace was a foreign country. Her heart, forged in hatred, was drawn to the fire. She found that fire in the eyes of the men who, like her brother Bud, refused to surrender. Men like the charismatic Cole Younger, a childhood friend and now a notorious outlaw. Rumors would later whisper of a passionate affair, claiming her daughter Pearl was his. It was a romantic story, but likely just that, a story. The truth, however, was no less dangerous. Her first husband was Jim Reed, another former bushwhacker who couldn't trade his pistol for a plow. With him, Myra stepped fully into the world of the outlaw. Their life was a blur of stolen horses and dodging posses, a frantic existence on the run. In this chaos, her two children, Pearl and Eddie, were born. But this was no family portrait. It was a partnership born of war and rebellion, and it was destined to end in blood. In 1874, Jim Reed's luck ran out. The news that reached Myra was cold and brutal. Her husband had been shot down, not in a blaze of glory, but by an acquaintance who valued the reward money more than friendship. At 26, Myra was a widow, a mother of two, and officially branded the accomplice of a dead bandit. This was the world she had chosen, a world with no honor among thieves. So she moved deeper into the shadows, to a place where the law of the United States was thin and the old ways were strong, the Indian Territory of Oklahoma. There, she met and married Sam Starr, a man from a proud Cherokee family. This wasn't just a marriage, it was the founding of a dynasty. On their land, tucked away in the rugged hills, they established a stronghold. It had a name that was a tribute to her old friends and a warning to her new enemies. Younger's Bend. Younger's Bend wasn't a ranch. It was a sanctuary for the damned. It was a place where men on the run, men like Jesse James and the Younger brothers themselves, could find a hot meal, a fresh horse, and a place to lay low, protected by the cunning of its queen. The air there was thick with the smell of wood smoke, whiskey, and paranoia. Every rider on the horizon was either a friend or a hangman. This was the heart of darkness, a kingdom built on stolen goods and guarded by guns. Here, the final transformation of Myra Maybelle Shirley was complete. She was no longer just a bandit's wife, she was the mastermind. She never led a charge, her hands weren't on the triggers during the robberies. Her weapons were her intellect and her will. She planned the heists, fenced the stolen property, bribed officials, and used her deep knowledge of the law to tangle up prosecutors in court. And she crafted an image that became a legend. She would ride into town on a fine horse, sitting side-saddle in a velvet dress like a proper lady, but on her hips, for all the world to see, rested two Colt revolvers. She could quote classical poetry one moment and arrange the sale of a stolen herd the next. This walking contradiction, the refined lady and the criminal queen, was her armor and her declaration of war. She had created a monster, and her name was Belle Starr. The two shotgun blasts echoed through the hills and then faded into an unnerving quiet. Belle Starr's horse, spooked and riderless, galloped the rest of the way to the ranch house, its panicked whinny the first alarm. Her daughter Pearl, hearing the sound, ran out to see what was wrong. The discovery she made in the mud of the road, just outside their own gate, would become the final bloody chapter of her mother's legend. The bandit queen was dead, her velvet riding habit stained with the earth and her own blood, her back riddled with buckshot. News of a murder like that travels fast, even in the isolated Indian territory. It moved from ranch to ranch on the lips of breathless riders, then crackled across the telegraph wires to the newspapers in Fort Smith and beyond. The death of Belle Starr was an event. For the lawmen, it was the closing of a long and frustrating case file. For the dime novelists, it was a dramatic ending they couldn't have written better themselves. For the locals, it was a source of fear and feverish gossip. The Queen was dead. But who had dared to kill her? Soon enough, Deputy U.S. Marshals rode down the trail to Younger's Bend. For years, this place had been a no-go zone, a sanctuary for fugitives where the law entered at its own peril. Now, they were in charge, picking through the life of the woman who had so often made fools of them. The investigation began, and the web of suspects was tangled and dark, spun from the threads of Belle's own life. Every person in her orbit had a potential motive. The first and most obvious suspect was a man named Edgar Watson. He was a tenant on Belle's land, a man with a shadowy past from Florida, rumored to be wanted for murder himself. They had argued bitterly. Belle wanted him gone, and Watson wasn't a man who liked being told what to do. It was a simple, logical motive, a dispute over land and money that ended in violence. But the simple answer isn't always the true one. Then there was her own husband, a Cherokee man named Jim July Starr. He was younger than Belle and was, at the time of her murder, facing his own trial for horse theft. Did they have a falling out? Was he driven by jealousy? Or, as some whispered, did he arrange the murder to silence her before she could testify in some secret deal with the law? He had an alibi, but in the murky world of Younger's Bend, an alibi was just another story. The silence that fell over the hills wasn't one of peace. It was a silence of fear. Belle's network of outlaws scattered, not knowing who among them might be next, or who might sell them out for a pardon. A reward was posted for information, but few dared to speak. The killer was still out there, and no one knew how far their reach extended. The hunt was on, not just for a murderer, but for the truth behind the final bloody act of the bandit queen's life. The wheels of justice turned slowly, but in the case of Belle Starr's murder, they seemed to grind through mud. The primary suspect, Edgar Watson, was finally brought to trial. You can just imagine the scene in the Fort Smith courtroom. It wasn't just a legal proceeding, it was a spectacle. The room was packed with a tense mix of lawmen, curious townsfolk, and shadowed figures in the back rows, friends and enemies of the dead woman, all there to see how this final chapter would play out. The air itself felt heavy, thick with whispered theories and cold stares. Everyone had an opinion, and everyone was waiting for a conviction. The prosecution laid out its case. They painted a picture of a bitter dispute between a landlord and her troublesome tenant. They spoke of threats exchanged, of Watson's notorious temper, and of his presence near the scene of the crime. They presented him as a man with a motive, the means, and the opportunity. But their case was like a house built on sand. There was no murder weapon. There were no direct eyewitnesses to the shooting. The entire argument rested on bad blood and circumstantial evidence, a foundation that began to crumble under the slightest pressure. Watson, for his part, sat there with a cold confidence. He was no frightened farmer caught in the gears of the law. This was a man who understood the violence of the world. His defense lawyers didn't just deny his guilt. They threw the courtroom doors wide open to the chaos of Belle's life. They argued that putting only Edgar Watson on trial was absurd. Why not her husband, Jim July, who had his own legal troubles? Why not any of the dozens of spurned lovers, jilted partners, or vengeful victims Belle had created over the years? To have an enemy, they argued, was to be Belle Starr's acquaintance. And then, the darkest rumor of all, a chilling whisper that slithered through the courtroom, gave everyone pause. The story of Belle and her own son, Eddie. Their relationship was poison. He was a disappointment, and she was a harsh mother. The gossip was that just before her death, she had taken a whip to him for mistreating her favorite horse. Had the boy's resentment finally boiled over into an unspeakable act? Could he have pulled the trigger himself, or perhaps paid Watson to do it for him? It was a monstrous thought, but in the world Belle had built, it wasn't an impossible one. Faced with a weak case and a sea of reasonable doubt, the jury was trapped. They could condemn a man on suspicion, or they could let a potential killer walk free. They deliberated, and when they returned, the foreman's voice cut through the silence. "Not guilty." A shockwave went through the room. Edgar Watson, the man everyone was so sure had done it, stood up and walked out of the courtroom a free man. And so, the law of men had spoken. But was it justice? Or was it just a failure of a system that couldn't comprehend the complex, violent world of Younger's Bend? The court case was closed, but the murder remained unsolved. The killer had vanished back into the hills, becoming just another ghost in the bloody history of the territory. The truth, it seemed, was buried with the bandit queen. The murder of Belle Starr wasn't the end of the story. It was the explosion that scattered the pieces. Her kingdom, Younger's Bend, crumbled without its queen. The outlaws who had found sanctuary there drifted away, seeking new shadows to hide in. The land itself was eventually swallowed up by the relentless tide of settlement and progress. Today, what was once the most notorious hideout in the Indian Territory lies quiet and still, submerged beneath the placid waters of Lake Eufaula. A concrete historical marker stands on a nearby hill, a lone sentinel pointing toward the drowned land, the only official sign that this infamous chapter of the West ever happened here. The fates of those in her orbit were as tangled and often as tragic as her own. Edgar Watson, the acquitted suspect, moved on, but his reputation followed him. He eventually met a violent end himself, gunned down by a vigilante mob in Florida. Her last husband, Jim July Starr, died in a gunfight with lawmen not long after Belle's murder. Her son, Eddie Reed, who some whispered was the true killer, lived a troubled life, eventually becoming a deputy sheriff himself before being killed in a saloon brawl. It seems the violence that Belle had courted her whole life clung to those she left behind, an inescapable inheritance. But there is one final strange twist. Her daughter Pearl, the one rumored to be Cole Younger's child, chose a different path of rebellion. She turned her back on the world of guns and stolen horses and moved to Fort Smith, where she opened a high-class brothel. In a way, she too became a queen, presiding over her own illicit kingdom, a world with its own codes and dangers, just a stone's throw from the courthouse where her mother's killer had been set free. The strongest echo of Belle Starr, however, is not in the ground, but in the story itself. After her death, the legend took on a life of its own. A journalist named Richard Fox penned a lurid book called Belle Starr, the Bandit Queen, or the Female Jesse James. It was a work of pure fiction, filled with sensational tales of her leading bank robberies and stagecoach heists, things she never actually did. This book, and the countless dime novels that followed, created the image we think of today, the pistol-packing outlaw in a feathered hat. The myth completely consumed the woman. You can still visit her grave, tucked away in the woods not far from where Younger's Bend once stood. The original headstone, carved with a bell, a star, and a poignant poem, was chipped away to nothing by souvenir hunters over the decades. A new, protected monument stands in its place. And as you stand there, in the quiet of those Oklahoma hills, you realize the mountains do remember. They remember the real Myra Maybelle Shirley, The educated girl, the grieving sister, the cunning organizer, and the woman who gambled her life on a defiant dream of freedom and lost. So we return to the question that has hung in the air since those shotgun blasts first rang out. Who killed Belle Starr? The law of men never gave us a name. Was it the vengeful tenant, Edgar Watson? Was it one of her own family, a final, terrible betrayal? We will never know for sure. But maybe the real answer isn't a name. Maybe what killed Belle Starr was the violent, lawless world she had so carefully constructed around herself. In the end, the snake she had nurtured in the heart of Younger's Bend finally turned and bit its queen. Her story is a powerful reminder that the Civil War didn't truly end at Appomattox. It continued to rage in the hearts of people like Myra Shirley, leaving scars that festered into a deep and abiding hatred for the authority that had won. She was not a hero. She was not the cartoon villain of the penny press. She was a casualty, a woman whose fierce mountain pride, when poisoned by grief, became a force of self-destruction. She waged a 25-year war against a world she felt had wronged her, and in that war, there could only be one victor. Myra Mabel Shirley was a woman of stark contradictions, the educated lady who could quote the classics and the ruthless godmother who ruled a den of thieves. She was born with the spirit of the mountains in her blood, proud, defiant, and unforgiving. But that spirit, when broken, forged a legend written in gunsmoke and blood. A girl who was meant to be a lady became the bandit queen, a cautionary tale that still echoes in the hills where she once rode. On a moonless October night, deep in the West Virginia mountains, the forest held its breath. The only sound was the rhythmic lurch of a heavy train fighting its way up the grade. Flip, flap, flip, flap. Then, a brilliant beam of light sliced through the darkness, pinning a man to the tracks. In the next instant, the gorge erupted in a firestorm of gunfire that echoed off the ancient canyon walls. The newspapers called it a victory for law and order, the end of the notorious McGraw gang. But was that the whole truth? Tonight, we follow the echoes of that gunfire back in time. We'll push past the headlines and Pinkerton reports to the whispers in the hollows where these men were called something other than criminals. They were called heroes. We are going to find the truth behind the legend of the McGraw brothers and what really happened on the last fateful run of the train they called the flip-flap. Before the gunfire and the legend, there was just the hollow. Life there moved with the sun and the seasons, not the ticking of a pocket watch. Morning mist clung to the valleys like a shroud, burning off to reveal hillsides thick with rhododendron and ancient hardwoods. The air smelled of damp earth, wood smoke, and pine. The only clock you needed was the ache in your back that told you it was time to rest, and the rumble in your belly that told you it was time to eat. This wasn't just a place. It was a world unto itself, governed by the creek, the forest, and the sky. At the heart of this world was the McGraw family's small plot of land, anchored by a cabin built from chestnut logs by their grandfather's own hands. It wasn't much by a city man's standards, just a few acres of stubborn corn, a spring house dug into the cool earth, and a porch that overlooked the whole valley. But to them, it was everything. Every stone in the chimney, every well-worn plank on the floor, was a testament to the family's sweat and survival. This land was their memory, their birthright, and their future, all tied up in one. The three brothers were as much a part of this landscape as the trees. Elias, the eldest, was the quiet one, with eyes that saw the world in lines and angles. He'd find strange patterns in the stars and could sketch a map of the surrounding ridges from memory that was truer than any government survey. Caleb, built like an ox, was the earth itself. His strength was a thing of local legend, but it was a quiet strength, used for felling timber and plowing the rocky soil. And then there was Finn, the youngest. He was the creek, fast, wild, and unpredictable. He knew the woods so well it was said he could track a whisper, his laughter echoing through the trees as he hunted. They weren't outlaws. They were sons of the mountain, dreaming simple dreams. Elias hoped to one day build a proper school in the valley. Caleb wanted nothing more than to marry his sweetheart and raise a family on the land he loved. Finn just wanted the freedom of the hills, the thrill of the hunt, and the respect of his kin. They were bound not just by blood, but by a shared love for this simple, hard, and honest life. But then, the outside world came creeping into their hollow. It arrived not with a bang, but with the quiet clicks of a surveyor's tripod and the rustle of papers covered in words they couldn't understand. Men in clean city clothes walked their land, driving stakes into the ground and marking ancient trees with slashes of paint. They spoke of progress, of a great steel artery that would bring wealth to the mountains. They laid a deed on the McGraw's kitchen table, a piece of paper that they claimed overrode the decades of sweat their family had poured into the soil. Their father, a man who had faced down panthers and harsh winters, was broken by that piece of paper. The family lost the better part of their land, the very heart of their homestead, for pennies on the dollar. The surveyor's paint on the trees felt like a scar, and the rumble they soon heard in the distance, the sound of dynamite blasting a path for the railroad, was a constant, gut-wrenching reminder of their helplessness. The world they knew was being carved up and hauled away, one coal car at a time. And with every distant train whistle that cut through the quiet of the hollow, a cold, hard knot of resentment tightened in the hearts of the three McGraw brothers. That land wasn't just dirt and rock. It was a living history, paid for in blood and sacrifice. The first McGraw to set foot in that hollow was a veteran of the Revolutionary War, a man who had fought the British at King's Mountain. He was given the land as a grant, a reward for helping to forge a new nation. He didn't receive a tidy deed from a lawyer's office. He received a promise, which he then had to make real with his own hands. He cleared the timber, fought off panthers, and built a life from scratch, believing he had earned a piece of the freedom he fought for. His title wasn't written on paper. It was carved into the very landscape. A generation later, another war came to test the family's resolve. When the country split in two during the Civil War, these mountains became a hornet's nest of divided loyalties. Neighbors took up arms against neighbors. The McGraws, like many mountain folk, cared little for the politics of Richmond or Washington. Their loyalty was to their own kin and their own hollow. They refused to fight for a cause they didn't believe in, hiding their sons and their livestock from recruiters of both armies. This taught them a bitter lesson. When powerful men draw lines on a map, it's the common folk who bleed. It deepened their distrust of any authority that came from beyond their own ridgelines. Because of this history, a name like McGraw carried a weight as heavy as a blacksmith's anvil. It was more than just a name, it was a code. To be a McGraw meant you didn't bow to anyone. It meant your handshake was a binding contract, and your land was an extension of your own soul. You were expected to be quiet, neighborly, and God-fearing. But if someone wronged you or yours, if they took what was earned by the sweat of your ancestors, you were bound by honor to see it set right. It wasn't about vengeance, it was about balance. So when the railroad company came with its lawyers and its fraudulent deeds, they weren't just stealing property. They were spitting on the grave of that revolutionary soldier. They were dismissing the family's century of hardship and self-reliance as if it meant nothing. In the eyes of Elias, Caleb, and Finn, this wasn't a business transaction. It was a declaration of war. They felt the weight of their name, the gaze of their ancestors, and they knew that the code they lived by demanded a response. The roots of this feud ran far deeper than a single property line. They were tangled in the very soul of the mountains. But the McGraw's defiance, born of honor, wasn't shared by everyone. For every family that nodded in grim approval, there were two more who had already bent the knee. They'd taken the railroad's meager pay, moved into company shacks, and learned to keep their heads down. These folks saw the McGraws not as heroes, but as a threat a dangerous reminder of a pride they could no longer afford. And this division created the perfect breeding ground for suspicion and bad blood to fester. The face of this division, the human face of the railroad's power in their valley, was a man named Jedediah Stone. Stone's family had been rivals of the McGraws for generations, always competing for the best bottomland or the biggest timber contracts. When the railroad came, Stone saw his chance. He became their local man, a land agent and foreman who walked with the swagger of borrowed authority. It was Stone who had delivered the final papers to the McGraw's father, and it was said he did so with a smirk on his face. He was one of them, but he had chosen a side. The tension first boiled over in public, right in front of Abernathy's general store. Jed Stone was bragging about the new survey lines, how they'd be running track right through the McGraw's old hunting grounds. Caleb, who was there to buy salt, overheard him. He didn't say a word at first, just stood there, his massive frame filling the doorway. The store went silent. Stone, emboldened by his new position, made the mistake of pushing. "Something on your mind, McGraw," he sneered. The fistfight that followed was short, brutal, and left Stone with a broken nose and a mouthful of dirt. He didn't get up until Caleb was long gone, but the hatred in his eyes could have set fire to the building. After that, the whispers started. They were quiet at first, traded over checkerboards and sacks of flour. Jed Stone and his cronies began to paint the McGraws as violent and unhinged. Caleb's got a temper that ain't natural, they'd say, and that Finn, he's half wild, spends more time in the woods than with decent folk. The rumors, like kudzu vine, began to snake their way through the hollows, choking the truth. Elias tried to cut through it with reason, even attempting to negotiate a fair price for timber from their remaining land. Stone, acting as the company agent, laughed and offered him a fraction of its worth, knowing they had no other way to get it to market. The insult was as sharp as a slap in the face. The poison had seeped deep into the community, turning old neighbors into quiet enemies and small grudges into deadly threats. It started with the whispers of the woods themselves. An old she-panther, whose territory was miles up the ridge, began to scream at dusk just beyond their clearing, a sound like a woman being murdered, a cry that made the hair on your arms stand up. One evening, the sunset bled across the sky in a shade of red so deep and unnatural that the old folks called it a blood sky, a sure sign that the earth was about to drink its fill. Even the wind seemed to change its tune, moaning through the pines, not with the familiar sigh of the mountains, but with a sound like a mother weeping for her lost sons. These were the old signs, the omens the McGraw's grandmother had taught them to heed, and they settled like a cold frost on their spirits. Then, the human omen arrived. He wasn't a railroad bull or a county sheriff. He was a man named Sterling, a detective from the Pinkerton agency. He didn't ride in with a posse. He simply appeared one day at Abernathy's store, looking as out of place as a Bible in a saloon. He wore a dark city suit, a bowler hat, and his face was clean-shaven and pale. He didn't speak much, just bought some tobacco and sat on the porch, watching. But it was the way he watched that unnerved everyone. He didn't look at the mountains with wonder. He looked at them like a grid on a map. He studied the faces of the local men, not with curiosity, but with a cold, detached calculation, the way a butcher studies a side of beef. Elias saw him that day and felt a chill that had nothing to do with the autumn air. He was a planner, a man who understood strategy, and in Sterling's quiet, assessing gaze, he saw a different kind of mind at work. This wasn't a man who could be intimidated by Caleb's strength or charmed by Finn's smile. This was a patient hunter, a man who would use traps and wires and logic, not just guns. That night, Elias sat on his porch, the familiar ridges and stars offering no comfort. A profound and unshakable dread settled deep in his gut. He knew, with a certainty that defied reason, that the game had changed. They were no longer just striking back at a faceless company. A reckoning was coming, and the game was no longer theirs to control. The breaking point didn't come with a roar, but with the quiet, rhythmic scrape of shovels against sacred ground. Finn was tracking a buck high on the ridge when he heard it, an unnatural sound in the one place that should have been silent. Creeping through the underbrush, he froze. Below him, in the small clearing that held the McGraw family graves, a work crew was driving stakes. Jedediah Stone stood among them, pointing, directing. They were marking a path for the tracks, and the line went right through the weathered headstones of his grandparents. The cold dread he'd felt for months instantly turned into white-hot rage. He didn't run back to the cabin screaming. The fury was too deep for that. He walked, cold and deliberate, and his brothers saw the look in his eyes and knew. Together, the three of them walked back up the ridge. They weren't armed for a fight. Elias carried only the original tattered land grant from the war, a last, desperate appeal to history and honor. They found Stone's crew about to pry loose the first of the fieldstone markers. "Stop," Elias said, his voice quiet, but carrying the weight of a judge. "This is consecrated ground. Your company's deed has no claim here." Jed Stone turned slowly, a smug, contemptuous grin spreading across his face. He spat a stream of tobacco juice near the oldest grave. "Your deed is a piece of history, Elias. This," he said, waving the company's official survey, "is the law. And the law says, I own every leaf, rock, and bone on this mountain. Now, I'm telling you for the last time, get off company property before I have you removed." He gave a sharp nod to one of his men, a hard-faced guard with a pistol holstered on his hip. That was the spark. Finn let out a choked cry of fury and lunged, not at Stone, but at the man reaching for his grandmother's headstone. In the same motion, the guard drew his pistol. A deafening crack echoed through the clearing, and Finn was thrown back, a dark red line blooming on his forearm. The sight of his brother's blood broke something in Caleb. The quiet, gentle giant was gone. In his place was a force of nature. With a roar that seemed to shake the very trees, he charged into the work crew. It was over in seconds. The sound of a man's jaw breaking under Caleb's fist was like a dry branch snapping. He threw one man into a briar patch and disarmed the guard before he could fire again. He grabbed Jedediah Stone by the shirt front, lifted him clean off the ground, and hurled him down the hillside. The crew scrambled away like frightened squirrels, dragging their wounded, leaving a silence broken only by Caleb's ragged breathing. The first blood had been spilled. And in that moment, standing over the desecrated graves of their ancestors with the scent of gunpowder in the air, the McGraws knew their old life was over. They weren't farmers anymore. They were fugitives. The familiar heavy rhythm began its count in the darkness. Flip-flap, flip-flap. It was the sound of opportunity, the dinner bell that had called them to work so many times before. From his perch high on the ridge, Elias watched the train's single headlight cut a weak yellow path through the night. Below, he saw the faint shadows of his brothers moving into position. The small, muffled blast of dynamite was perfect, sending just enough rock onto the tracks to stop the beast in its tracks. The train hissed to a halt, its steam sounding like a great sigh of relief. It was their signature, a symphony of steel and rock they had perfected. But as Caleb and Finn stepped from the cover of the rhododendron, the symphony stopped. A new kind of silence fell over the gorge, a silence that felt heavy, watched. And then, the night was torn open. A brilliant electric searchlight mounted on the engine's tender flared to life, a single blinding eye that burned away the shadows and turned Finn into a statue of terror. In that same frozen second, a whistle blew from the woods, and the gorge answered. It wasn't just gunfire. It was a solid wall of noise, a physical force that seemed to press in from all sides. From his ridge, Elias saw the tree line across the canyon erupt in dozens of angry, blinking stars. The sharp cracks of rifles and the deep boom of shotguns all blended into one continuous, deafening roar. He saw his brothers, caught in that merciless white light, suddenly stripped of their legendary status. They were just men, terribly exposed, and tragically outmatched. The wooden walls of the mail car began to splinter and peel away under the assault, silent witnesses to the storm. Bullets ricocheted off the steel wheels with a high, mournful whine. A lantern hanging on a hook shattered, its brief flare of orange light swallowed by the chaos. The air, thick with the smell of coal smoke and damp leaves, was suddenly choked with the acrid, biting scent of burnt gunpowder. Men were shouting, their commands lost in the thunder, their cries cut unnaturally short. From his vantage point, a helpless god watching his world be unmade, Elias saw his brother Caleb become the focal point of the storm. The big man didn't run. He roared, a sound of pure, primal defiance, and stood his ground, his shotgun bucking against his shoulder, trying to provide a shadow for Finn to escape into. But there were too many flashes, too many angry hornets in the air. Then the great shadow faltered. He didn't cry out. He simply folded, falling with a terrible slowness, a great stone monument toppling back into the earth from which he came. Finn, fast as a whisper, almost made it. He moved like a ghost through the strobing effect of the muzzle flashes, a phantom of the woods, even in this hellscape. He was just feet from the safety of the dark tree line when a single sharp crack cut through the din, and the ghost stumbled. His leg buckled beneath him, and he fell into the unforgiving beam of the searchlight, no longer a spirit of the mountain, but just a boy on the ground. His flight ended. The firing stopped as suddenly as it began. The ringing silence that rushed in was more terrifying than the noise it replaced. The searchlight continued its slow, indifferent sweep across the scene, illuminating the splintered wood, the pockmarked rocks, and the still, dark shape that had been Caleb McGraw. Elias lay flat against the cold stone of his lookout, the smoke burning his lungs, a ghost left behind to witness the slaughter of his family. For Detective Sterling, this was never about justice, and it was certainly not about honor. It was about solving a problem. From his temporary office in the county seat, surrounded by maps, train schedules, and telegraph reports, he saw the entire situation as a complex equation. The McGraw brothers were not men. They were a variable, an unpredictable disruption to the orderly flow of commerce. And his job, the job he was paid very well for, was to eliminate that variable. His initial attempts to hunt them had been a source of immense professional frustration. His best agents, men who could track a pickpocket through the most crowded city streets, were useless here. They stumbled through the woods like cattle, leaving a trail a blind man could follow. They were spooked by the silence, by the feeling of being constantly watched. Sterling quickly realized that trying to beat the McGraws in their world, by their rules, was a fool's errand. They were part of the mountain. He was not. It was a tactical disadvantage he could not overcome with manpower alone. That's when the switch flipped in his mind. He stopped thinking like a detective trying to catch a criminal and started thinking like an engineer trying to fix a faulty machine. If you can't get to the broken gear, you don't keep reaching for it. You change the entire mechanism. He decided that if you can't hunt the wolves in their den, you burn the whole forest down. His plan, the searchlight, the dozens of hidden riflemen, the coordinated telegraph signals, was never designed to be an arrest. It was an extermination, planned with the cold precision of a mathematician solving for X. The risk of a shootout during a capture attempt, the possibility of escape, the circus of a trial, these were all inefficient outcomes. The solution was overwhelming, inescapable, lethal force. And so, as the telegraph key in his office clicked out the final report from the gorge, targets neutralized, 1 KIA, 1 captured, assets secure, Sterling felt no thrill of victory. He felt no remorse. He felt a quiet, profound sense of satisfaction. It was the feeling an architect gets when a bridge holds its weight, the feeling a watchmaker has when the last gear clicks into place and the second hand begins its perfect, steady sweep. He didn't picture Caleb McGraw's body cooling on the tracks or hear the echo of the gunfire. He saw a closed file, a completed contract, a problem solved. He simply folded the telegram, made a neat entry in his ledger, and began drafting his final invoice for the Chesapeake and Ohio Railroad. When the last echo of gunfire faded, an unnatural silence fell upon the gorge. It was a dead quiet, heavier and more profound than the peace that had preceded it. The only sounds were the soft hiss of steam from the wounded train and the slow drip of water from the rocks. The searchlight continued its steady, unblinking sweep, painting the scene in stark, ghostly whites and deep, inky blacks. Men in dark coats emerged from the trees, not with whoops of victory, but with the grim, methodical purpose of undertakers. This wasn't the aftermath of a fight. It was the cleanup of an execution. They found Finn first, trying to drag himself toward the darkness of the forest. The wild spirit that danced in his eyes was gone, extinguished and replaced by a glassy look of shock and pain. They hauled him to his feet, his wounded leg buckling, and bound his hands without a word. The phantom of the woods, the boy who could move like a whisper, was now just a prisoner. His world shrunk to the cold iron of handcuffs and the hard stares of his captors. He didn't struggle. He just stared past them at the still, dark shape lying by the tracks. That shape was Caleb. The great mountain bear lay still, his massive frame looking strangely out of place against the orderly lines of the railroad ties. The lawmen gathered around him, their lanterns casting flickering shadows that made it seem for a moment like he might still be breathing. But he was gone. His strength, which could bend a railroad spike and uproot a stump, had been no match for a dozen well-aimed bullets. He had died on his feet, a human shield, a final, futile act of love for his younger brother. High above, hidden by rock and shadow, Elias watched it all. He saw them bind Finn. He saw them stand over Caleb's body. A wave of grief so cold and sharp, it almost made him cry out, washed over him. But he choked it down, turning it into ice in his veins. He couldn't help them. To reveal himself now would be a fool's death, an insult to Caleb's sacrifice. His mind, the planner's mind, took over. He wasn't a brother anymore. He was a survivor, a witness, a memory. Without a sound, he backed away from the ledge and melted into the deep woods, disappearing into the one place they could never follow, a ghost swallowed by the mountain that had been his home. By dawn, the gorge was crawling with railroad detectives and county lawmen. The telegraph wires hummed with the news. The McGraw gang was broken. The official story, crafted by Sterling himself, was already being printed in the Charleston papers. They were described as a pack of bloodthirsty animals, and their end was hailed as a triumph for progress. A warrant was issued for the last remaining brother, Elias McGraw, and a bounty was placed on his head, $500, dead or alive. It was a fortune in these parts, a sum large enough to make a man forget all about loyalty, kinship, and the old mountain code. The news of the shootout didn't arrive in the hollows on the pages of a newspaper. It came in whispers, carried by a shaken trainman, then a track walker, spreading from cabin to cabin like a contagion. The stories were fractured and full of horror. The blinding light, the sheer volume of the gunfire, the sight of Caleb McGraw's body. Then came the official story, crisp and clean as a new dollar bill, printed in the Charleston papers that Jedediah Stone left in a stack at Abernathy's store. It spoke of a heroic police action against a gang of violent thieves. And just like that, a line was drawn straight through the heart of the community. At the store, the old pot-bellied stove became a silent border. On one side sat the company men, the foremen and railroad guards, drinking coffee and nodding along as Stone read the heroic accounts aloud. On the other side sat the old-timers, the farmers and miners whose families had been there for generations. They said nothing. They just stared into the flames, their faces hard and unreadable, the silence in their corner of the room more powerful than all of Stone's boasting. The church congregation split too. One faction prayed for the souls of the lawmen who had restored order, while the other half offered quiet, veiled prayers for the lost and the grieving. A deep and chilling fear settled over the hills. People had seen what the railroad and its hired guns were capable of. They had brought an army into that gorge, and the law had blessed it. Men who might have known the McGraw's movements, who might have been able to offer a truer account of what happened, suddenly developed terrible memories. When questioned by Pinkerton agents or the county sheriff, their answers were a chorus of "don't know" and "didn't see." It wasn't a conspiracy to protect the McGraw's legacy, it was a conspiracy of self-preservation. They understood the new math of survival. The railroad's power was absolute, and speaking the truth could get you fired, evicted, or worse. A blanket of collective silence was pulled over the hollows, smothering the facts of that night. But even in that suffocating silence, small acts of courage flickered like candle flames in a storm. An anonymous sack of cornmeal and salted pork was left on the porch of a distant McGraw cousin. The blacksmith, a man who had known Caleb since he was a boy, told Jed Stone his forge was too busy to shoe his horse and left the animal standing. These were quiet rebellions, tiny gestures that went unnoticed by the men in charge, but they were messages understood by everyone else. They were a signal that while the body of the community might have been broken, its spirit, the old mountain code of loyalty, was not yet dead. It was a spirit that would be tested to its absolute limit by the crisp new posters that soon appeared, nailed to the door of the store and the biggest trees in the valley, announcing the $500 bounty on Elias McGraw. The hunt for Elias McGraw began not as a noble pursuit of justice, but as a business venture. Detective Sterling, a man who believed in systems and efficiency, organized the posse. He knew his own Pinkerton agents were liabilities in this terrain, so he leveraged the bounty. The $500 reward drew a rough collection of men down from the hills, men with cold eyes and worn-out boots, who knew the ridges but whose loyalty was only to the silver dollar. To lead this motley crew, Sterling appointed Jedediah Stone. Puffed up with a new sense of authority and burning with personal vengeance, Stone swore he knew every path and hideout Elias could possibly use. They set out with a confidence bordering on arrogance, a clumsy army crashing through a silent world. They were loud, their city boots snapping twigs and dislodging stones, their voices carrying for miles in the still mountain air. They were hunting a ghost, but they sounded like a herd of buffalo. The mountains, in turn, seemed to conspire against them. Sudden, chilling rains would turn the trails to mud, washing away any potential tracks. Thick fog would descend into the valleys without warning, swallowing landmarks and turning the men back on their own trails. They were outsiders, and the ancient landscape seemed to be actively resisting their intrusion. Days bled into a week, then two. The mood of the posse soured. The bounty hunters grew restless and suspicious of one another, each man fearing another would find the trail first and claim the prize. Jed Stone's confident boasts turned to frustrated curses as every certain location proved empty. The men began to feel the oppressive weight of the forest's silence. They started at every shadow, mistaking the cry of a hawk for a signal. The man they were hunting became less a fugitive and more a myth. They spoke of him in hushed tones around the campfire, calling him the Haint of the Ridge. Elias was no longer just a man on the run. He was the spirit of the mountain itself, and he was hunting them back. Their break came from a place of desperation. An old trapper, his family facing a hard winter, was quietly approached by one of Sterling's men. For a fraction of the bounty, paid in cash, he reluctantly drew a crude map on a piece of bark. It showed a forgotten network of limestone caves near the highest ridge, a place the old folks called the Devil's Pantry. It was a treacherous, hidden place, a perfect bolt hole. The trapper's information reignited the posse's hope. This was it. They had a destination. They had a trap to set. They approached the caves at dusk, moving with a caution they hadn't shown before. Spreading out, they formed a tight cordon around the main entrance, rifles at the ready. Stone and a few of the bravest men crept forward. Inside the mouth of the largest cave, they found the proof they needed. The embers of a fire, still faintly warm, and a single spent rifle cartridge lying on the ground. A wave of triumphant excitement shot through the men. He was here. They had him cornered. With a signal, they rushed in, their lanterns cutting through the subterranean darkness, their shouts echoing off the damp stone walls. The main cavern was empty. They searched every corner, every shadow, finding nothing. Defeat began to settle in until one of the bounty hunters noticed a faint draft coming from the very back of the cave. Behind a curtain of rock, they found it. A fissure no wider than a man's shoulders, a tight, twisting passage that snaked through the mountain's core and opened out onto a different valley a mile away. It was a bolt hole no map would ever show, a secret passed down through generations. Elias had been there. He had likely watched them assemble, listened to them approach, and then simply slipped away through the heart of the stone, leaving them to storm an empty room. The hunt was over. The ghost had vanished for good, leaving behind only the cold, damp air of an empty cave and the bitter taste of utter humiliation. The trial of Finn McGraw was a piece of theatre, and everyone in the county courthouse knew their part. The building itself felt like an occupied territory, with grim-faced Pinkerton agents standing guard at the doors, their long coats failing to hide the pistols on their hips. The room was divided as sharply as a clear-cut forest. On one side sat the railroad officials, the company men, and Jedediah Stone, all looking confident and righteous. On the other, clustered together for warmth, were the mountain folk, their faces a mixture of fear, grief, and simmering resentment. In the defendant's box sat Finn. He was thinner now, the wildness in his eyes replaced by a quiet, hollowed-out stillness. He was clean and wore a borrowed shirt, but he still looked like a caged animal. He never looked at the judge or the jury. His gaze was fixed on a point far away, out the window, toward the blue-hazed ridges that had once been his whole world. He was physically present, but his spirit was already gone. The prosecution was a performance of calculated cruelty. A slick lawyer from Charleston, hired by the railroad, painted Finn and his brothers as nothing short of demonic. He spoke of progress, civilization, and the sanctity of property, making the McGraws' desperate fight for their land sound like a savage assault on the very foundations of America. His star witness was Jedediah Stone, who stood on the stand, puffed up and pious, and lied with the ease of a man ordering breakfast. He spoke of an unprovoked attack, of Caleb's insane rage, and claimed the desecration of the family graves was a malicious fiction invented by the defense. When the old, tired public defender tried to call witnesses from the hollows, a wave of collective amnesia swept the room. Men who had known the McGraws their whole lives suddenly couldn't recall specific conversations. Women who had seen Finn's bleeding arm after the first confrontation now had only a vague memory of the day. Their eyes darted nervously toward the Pinkerton guards, toward Jedediah Stone, and they mumbled their answers to the floor. It was a masterful, unspoken campaign of intimidation, and it worked perfectly. The justice of the mountains, built on honor and shared truth, withered and died under the cold glare of company power. The verdict was a formality. The jury of 12 farmers and merchants who wouldn't meet Finn's gaze deliberated for less than an hour. The foreman, a man who had bought corn from the McGraw's father for 20 years, read the word guilty in a voice that was barely a whisper. The sentence was swift: life, to be served in the stone fortress of the state penitentiary at Moundsville. As they clamped the shackles on his wrists, Finn finally broke his silence. He looked at Jedediah Stone, who was accepting congratulations from the railroad lawyer, and a faint, bitter smile touched his lips. Finn was led away, a ghost in chains, leaving a courtroom thick with the stench of a lie. The law of men had won its victory. Jedediah Stone, the man who had instigated the fight at the gravesite, the man whose greed and spite had set the whole tragedy in motion, walked out of the courthouse, a free man and a local hero. The question that hung in the silent, heavy air was one no one dared to ask aloud. Was this justice? Or was it just the tidiest solution? For Finn McGraw, the life sentence was a death sentence delivered in slow motion. The The stone walls and iron bars of Moundsville Penitentiary were more than a prison. They were a tomb. For a boy who had measured his days by the rising sun and the call of the whippoorwill, the clang of the cell door was the sound of his world ending. The endless grey walls, the stale air, the suffocating proximity of other broken men, it was a physical torment. He withered. The mountain boy, whose lungs had been filled with clean, sharp air, began to cough, a deep, rattling sound that echoed the sickness in his soul. He died 7 years later, not from the consumption that ravaged his body, but from the slow, relentless starvation of his spirit. He never once spoke of his brothers or the location of any hidden money, taking his secrets with him to a pauper's grave in the prison yard. Jedediah Stone, on the other hand, got everything he wanted. The railroad rewarded him handsomely for his loyalty, giving him a managerial position and the title to the last of the McGraw's land. He built a new, bigger house right where their old cabin had stood, a monument to his victory. But his victory was a hollow one. The whispers that had once been about the McGraws were now about him. He was no longer a neighbor. He was the company man. People were polite to his face, but their eyes were cold and distant. Men would fall silent when he entered the general store. No one invited him to barn raisings or church socials. He had the land, but he had lost the community. He grew old in that big, empty house, becoming a prisoner of his own making. He became paranoid, convinced that every shadow on the ridge was the ghost of Elias McGraw, come back for revenge. He took to carrying a pistol at all times, his nights spent staring out the window at the dark, silent mountains that seemed to be judging him. He didn't face a judge or a jury, but he served his own kind of life sentence, one of loneliness and fear. He died a bitter, solitary man, his wealth unable to buy him the one thing he had thrown away, a place among his own people. As for Detective Sterling, he barely gave the case another thought. It was a file, successfully closed. He collected his fee from the railroad and moved on to his next contract, breaking up a union strike in the coal fields of Pennsylvania with the same detached, lethal efficiency. The McGraws were just a name in a ledger, a solved equation, a footnote in a long and profitable career of enforcing the will of powerful men. And in the hollows, a deep and deliberate forgetting began. The story of the flip-flap ambush became a dangerous thing to remember, a wound that was better left to scar over. People stopped talking about it. The McGraw name was spoken only in hushed tones, a ghost story to frighten children. The railroad's power was now absolute, and survival meant accepting the new reality. The land, once a tapestry of family homesteads, was consolidated into company property. The old ways, the old code, were buried under a blanket of silence, as deep and as final as the grave. If you go looking for the McGraw name in that county today, you'll have a hard time finding it. Finn died without children, a number in a prison ledger. Elias vanished into the mists of folklore. The name, like a river driven underground, disappeared from the surface. But the bloodline didn't vanish entirely. It flows on through the descendants of cousins, quiet families who know the truth of the story, but have learned the wisdom of not speaking it too loudly. As for the Stones, their grand house, built on a foundation of betrayal, eventually fell to ruin, and their descendants sold the land and moved away, leaving behind a name that is now just a footnote in the county records. The most powerful echo of that night is etched into the land itself. The main railroad line doesn't run through the gorge the same way anymore. It was straightened and modernized decades ago, a safer, faster route blasted through the rock. But if you know where to look, if you're willing to hike through thick brush and over fallen trees, you can still find the old bed. The flip-flap curve is still there, a silent curving scar on the mountainside. The tracks are long gone, but you can still see the rotting ties, half swallowed by the earth, ghosts of steel and progress. To stand in that silent curve, is to feel the weight of what happened there. The air is still thick with it. Just a few hundred yards from that curve, up on a small rise, you'll find a tangle of briars and a scattering of old foundation stones. This is where Jedediah Stone's house stood, and before that, the McGraw cabin. And if you search the ground nearby, you will find nothing. No trace of the family graveyard. That's because when the railroad men laid their tracks, they needed to build up the grade. They took the easiest path. They simply built their embankment right over top of it. The weathered headstones of the McGraw's ancestors, the very flashpoint of the whole tragedy, are buried deep beneath the tons of rock and earth that support the abandoned line. The history they died defending is now crushed under the weight of the thing that destroyed them. People forget. Documents burn and names fade from tombstones, but the mountains remember everything. They don't keep records in ink, but in stone and shadow and silence. The locals say that on a cold October night, when the wind is just right, you can still hear a sound echoing from that abandoned cut. A sound like the lurching of a heavy train. Flip-flap, flip-flap. It's a story the land itself refuses to let die. Because while the law of men may have written the official history, the mountains hold the truth in their very bones. So we come back to the question we started with. Were the McGraw brothers just a gang of ruthless criminals? The official record, written in the neat, confident hand of men like Detective Sterling, would say yes. They were a violent disruption, an obstacle to progress that was efficiently and justly removed. But the truth, as it so often is in these mountains, is a far more complicated thing. They were men who were pushed until they had no choice but to push back. Men who chose to break the law rather than break the code they were raised by. This has been more than the story of a forgotten gunfight. It's a story about the birth of modern America and the price that was paid for it. For every mile of track that was laid, for every ton of coal that was ripped from the earth, a piece of an older world was buried. The McGraws weren't just fighting the railroad, they were fighting against erasure. They were the last defiant roar of a way of life that was being silenced forever. And in the end, the most powerful weapon used against them wasn't a rifle in the dark. It was the pen that wrote the official history, the one that turned their righteous fury into a simple act of criminal greed. But a story like this never truly dies. It seeps into the soil. It whispers on the wind that blows through that lonely, abandoned gorge. Some say the ghost of Elias McGraw still walks those ridges, a silent guardian of a buried truth, a permanent echo of defiance. He stands as a quiet, eternal reminder that you can kill a man, you can silence a community, and you can pave over the past. But you can never ever kill a story that deserves to be told. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. Him standing on the side of an old two-lane road deep in Scott County, Virginia. Today, it's just a quiet stretch of asphalt winding through the ancient woods of the Blue Ridge. The only sounds are the wind moving through the hickories and the distant cry of a hawk. But this isn't just any road. This is a place of echoes. Because it was right here, nearly 100 years ago, that the silence was shattered by a struggle that ended a life and began a legend. A beloved young schoolteacher vanished from this very spot, leaving behind nothing but her car, her hat, and a mystery that haunts these mountains to this day. Let's turn back the clock. Forget the asphalt beneath my feet, and imagine a ribbon of red clay and gravel snaking its way through these same mountains in the fall of 1928. This was a world caught between two ages. Cabins with smoke curling from their stone chimneys stood not far from homes with newfangled telephones. Men still lived by the seasons and the old codes of the mountains, But the hum of the modern world was growing louder, carried in on the radios and the new automobiles that were just beginning to appear on these rough-and-tumble roads. Into this world stepped June Crabb. At 21, she was the very picture of that modern world. She was educated, bright, and filled with a quiet determination that set her apart. She was the teacher at the little one-room, big-cut schoolhouse, a position of immense respect in a community that valued learning but had few who could provide it. She represented a promise, a bridge between the old ways of the mountains and the possibilities of the world beyond. Every morning, she would make the drive to her schoolhouse, and every afternoon, she would drive back. And she did it in her very own Ford coupe. You have to understand what a sight that was back then. In a land where most people still relied on a mule or their own 2 feet, a young woman, independent and in command of her own machine, was a powerful symbol. That car wasn't just transportation, it was a declaration of freedom. It was her future, rolling along the dirt roads of the past. Her students adored her. For the children of coal miners and farmers, she was a window to a bigger life. She taught them arithmetic and literature, but more than that, she taught them that a girl from Scott County could achieve anything. At home, she was a beloved daughter. Her family, especially her father, saw in her the fulfillment of a dream, that their children would have more opportunities than they ever did. June Crabb wasn't just a person. She was the pride of her family and a beacon for her community. But this land, for all its beauty, held a deep and abiding sense of isolation. The forests that surrounded these roads were dense and ancient, capable of swallowing any secret. It was a place where everyone knew each other's business, yet the most important things often went unsaid. The very independence that made June a symbol of progress also made her a solitary figure on that lonely drive home, a single point of light traveling through miles of deep, dark woods. On the afternoon of Friday, September 14th, she dismissed her students for the weekend, gathered her books, and started her Ford coupe for a journey she had made countless times before, completely unaware it would be her last. Now, I'm not a detective from 1928. I don't have access to the original evidence bag, but local archives, God bless them, they keep everything. And in the files for this case, there are detailed descriptions and, in some accounts, a grainy photograph of the most important clue found at the scene. It's a simple thing, really. A lady's cloche hat, the kind every fashionable young woman wore in the 1920s. Looking at a picture of it, you can almost feel the felt. It's unassuming, maybe with a small ribbon or a simple pin. But this hat is the key to understanding the first terrifying moments of June's disappearance. Her school books were on the seat, her paycheck was in her purse, but her hat was on the floorboard of the car, reportedly scuffed and slightly crushed, as if it had been knocked from her head in a sudden violent motion. You see, back then, a hat wasn't just an accessory. It was an essential part of a woman's public identity. A respectable young teacher like June would no more leave her car without her hat than she would without her shoes. Its presence on that floorboard was a silent, desperate scream. It told the searchers, and it tells us now, that this wasn't an elopement. This wasn't a young woman running away. She was taken, ripped from her car, fighting for her life. This simple, forgotten object transforms the scene from a mystery into a portrait of violence and raises the chilling question, who in this tight-knit community would dare to lay hands on June Crabb? The truth is, the deepest dangers in these mountains rarely come from a faceless stranger passing through. The real threats have names and faces and history. And while the lawmen looked for some wandering tramp, the whispers in the hills told a different story. They spoke of a young man, the son of a family whose name carried the weight of land, money, and influence. A young man who walked through the world as if he owned it, because in many ways, he and his family did. He'd taken an interest in June Crabb. It was the kind of attention a hawk pays a songbird. He saw her independence not as something to be admired, but as a challenge. He saw her beauty as something he was entitled to. By all accounts, he made his intentions known, expecting her to be flattered by the attention of a man from such a powerful clan. But June Crab was not a prize to be won, and she was not easily intimidated. She turned him down. Politely, the stories say, but with a firmness that left no room for argument. And for a boy raised to believe the world owed him everything, that simple no, delivered in plain sight of the community, was a public slap in the face. It was an insult to his pride, and more importantly, to the pride of his family name. The tension began to simmer then. A resentful stare held a second too long at the town mercantile, a muttered comment about the city girl teacher and her fancy automobile. It wasn't just a personal rejection anymore. To him and to his kin, June Crab and everything she represented, her education, her confidence, her refusal to bow to the old order of things, was a threat. The conflict wasn't over a single word. It was a clash between the old power of blood and land and the new power of a woman's own will. And in the heart of Appalachia in 1928, that was a conflict that could only fester and grow, like a poison ivy vine climbing the side of an old stone wall. These old mountain stories don't live in dusty court records. They live in people. They're passed down from grandmother to granddaughter, whispered over quilting frames and snapping beans on the porch. To find the heart of this story, you have to find one of those keepers of memory. I found one, an elderly woman living in a small white house not 5 miles from where June Crab's car was found. Her mind is as sharp as a newly honed axe, and her great-aunt was one of June's closest friends. She sat me down in her living room, a room filled with the quiet ticking of a grandfather clock and the scent of lemon oil and old wood. She told me the official story of the jilted lover was close, but it missed the most important part. It wasn't just a private rejection. It was a public humiliation, the kind a powerful family in these parts would never, ever forgive. It happened at the church social, just a few weeks before, she said, her voice a soft, papery rustle. The young man from that powerful family, full of corn liquor and arrogance, cornered June by the dessert table. He wasn't asking for her company. He was telling her she would grant it. In front of half the county, he tried to put his hand on her, to claim her like a piece of property. And June, in her quiet, dignified way, moved his hand off her arm and put him in his place. Her great-aunt said she didn't yell or make a scene. She just used words, calm, clear, and sharp as glass. She told him that her time and her person were her own, and not for him to command. The crowd went silent. You could have heard a pin drop on the grass. The young man's face went from white to red, and the look in his eyes, the old woman told me her aunt had said, was a look of pure, murderous rage. He had been shamed in front of everyone by the very woman he sought to possess. My great-aunt always said that was the moment it was sealed, the woman finished, looking out her window towards the mountains. It wasn't about love anymore. It was about pride. And around here, a man's pride, especially a man from a family like that, well, it's a dangerous and fragile thing. She said his pride had been so badly broken, the only thing that could mend it was to break her. That public shaming at the church social was a lit fuse. For the young man, the laughter he imagined behind cupped hands, the knowing glances exchanged between neighbors, it was all a torment. But for his father, the patriarch of the clan, it was something far worse. It was a stain on the family name, a challenge to the authority they had held in these mountains for generations. In their world, power wasn't just held, it had to be seen to be held. And a young schoolteacher, an outsider in their eyes, had openly defied them and walked away unscathed. Shame in that world was a living thing. It sat at the dinner table with them, a silent, unwanted guest. It followed them into town, and it demanded to be cleansed. The discussions that followed were not about forgiveness or letting things go. They were quiet, cold, and took place in the shadows of the porch after dark. They were discussions of honor, of lessons that needed to be taught. The phrase that would have been repeated in one form or another was simple and deadly. She can't be allowed to get away with that. June likely felt the shift in the air, a friendly nod in town that was no longer offered, the sudden silence that fell when she entered the general store. Friends of her family may have even offered veiled warnings, telling her to be careful on her drive, to not stop for anyone. But June Crabbe was cut from a different cloth. She would not be scared away from her school, from her students, or from her life. She would not let a bully's pride dictate her path. Her courage, the very thing that made her so remarkable, was now painting a target on her back. The decision, when it was finally made, wasn't likely a shouted, furious thing. It was probably a quiet nod between father and son, a confirmation. The goal wasn't just to scare her. That time had passed. The goal was to erase the insult, to reassert their dominance in a way that would be so final, so absolute, that no one would ever dare challenge their family's honor again. They knew her schedule. They knew every curve and hollow of Fincastle Road. They knew the place where the woods grew thickest and the nearest house was miles away. The plan was set. The trap was baited with the mundane routine of a Friday afternoon. The point of no return had been crossed, not in the heat of a public argument, but in the cold, calculated whisper of a family's wounded pride. So I've come back to the spot on Fincastle Road. The modern pavement is a black scar laid over the memory of the old red clay, but the bones of the land haven't changed. And when you stand right here, you understand why they chose this place. The road takes a sharp, blind curve. On one side, the mountain falls away into a steep, wooded ravine. On the other, the forest floor rises up, thick with underbrush and ancient trees that crowd right up to the shoulder. There are no houses, no fields, just the road and the woods. There are no bullet holes in a wall here, no lone chimney standing against the sky. The scars on this landscape are more subtle. They are the tactical advantages of the terrain itself. This blind curve is a natural ambush point, a place where a waiting car could be hidden until the last possible second. The dense wall of trees is a perfect backdrop for a man to step out of, blocking the way. The silence itself is the evidence. Even now, with the world just a few miles away, this spot feels utterly and profoundly isolated. Right here, this patch of gravel on the shoulder of the road, you can almost see the ghosts. You can almost feel the change in the air as a familiar drive home turned into a nightmare. This is where June Crabbe's Ford coupe slowed to a stop. This is where a shadow detached itself from the other shadows of the forest. Each stone on this roadside, each root snaking out from the bank, is a silent testament to the terror of that afternoon. This is the stage, perfectly set for the heart of darkness that was about to unfold. As June rounded that last blind curve, the familiar rhythm of her journey home was broken. Another car, dark and hulking, was stopped sideways, completely blocking the narrow road. It was an unnatural sight, a silent black predator waiting in the path. Her foot moved to the brake, her mind racing through possibilities. Engine trouble, an accident. But the cold knot that formed in her stomach told her this was no chance encounter. This was a barricade, a trap. The driver's side door of the other car opened, and the young man from the church social stepped out. He was not alone. His father, or perhaps another man loyal to the family, emerged from the passenger side. There was no rage on his face now, only a flat, chilling sense of purpose. He walked slowly toward her Ford coupe, his boots crunching on the gravel, the sound unnaturally loud in the afternoon stillness. June's hand instinctively went to the door lock, but it was too late. The handle of her car door was wrenched from the outside, the metallic click echoing like a gunshot. The door was pulled open, and the last of the afternoon sun was blotted out as the man's shadow fell over her. There was no shouting, only a low, guttural command to get out, the air filled with the scent of whiskey and rage. What followed was a chaos of muffled sounds, a sharp, terrified intake of breath, the scuffing of her shoes against the running board, the ripping of fabric. Her hat was knocked from her head, tumbling to the floorboard in a confused blur. A single piercing cry for help escaped her lips, but it was immediately swallowed by the vast, indifferent wilderness. The struggle was brief, brutal, and unequal. A moment later, the heavy slam of another car door echoed through the trees. Her own Ford coupe was left abandoned, its door still swinging slightly as if in a final silent wave goodbye. The waiting car roared to life, its tires spitting gravel as it turned and sped away, carrying June Crab deeper into the mountains, away from the road, away from everything she knew, and away from any hope of rescue. They drove for what must have felt like an eternity, turning off the main road onto a rough, barely there track that climbed higher into the wild heart of Clinch Mountain. The journey ended in a remote, briar-choked hollow, a place of deep shadows where the sun rarely touched the ground. They pulled her from the car. The final moments of her life were not witnessed by any person who would ever speak of it. There was no trial, no judge, no jury. Just the cold, hard finality of mountain justice. In the profound silence of that secluded place, a terrible act was committed. The only sound was a sudden, panicked flurry of wings as a flock of birds, startled by the violence below, erupted from the treetops and scattered into the darkening sky. Then, an awful, profound quiet settled back over the hollow. The men left as they had come, two ghosts melting back into the twilight, confident that the mountain would hold their secret forever. They left behind a life extinguished, a promise broken. The silence that returned was heavier than before, weighted with the knowledge of what it now concealed. In that forgotten thicket, the only thing that moved was a single oak leaf, spiraling slowly down to rest on a patch of newly disturbed earth. After the raw violence of the story, you turn to the official record hoping for answers, for clarity. Instead, you find a different kind of coldness. I'm looking at copies of the pages from the Scott County Sheriff's file on the disappearance and death of June Crab. The paper is yellowed, the ink faded, but the words still tell a story, just not the one you're looking for. It's a story told in the dry, emotionless language of bureaucracy, a language designed to record facts while stripping them of all their human horror. Take the coroner's inquest, filed after her remains were found. It's a single page. Under cause of death, the report simply states, fractures of the cranium due to blunt force trauma. Just 6 clinical words to describe the brutal end of a vibrant, 21-year-old woman's life. It doesn't mention the lonely hollow, the terror of her final moments, or the year and a half her father spent walking these mountains, praying for a sign. The only humanizing detail is a small note. Remains identified by a gold-filled molar consistent with dental records. A life reduced to a footnote in a ledger. But it's the sheriff's investigative notes that are the most telling, mostly for what they don't say. There are pages and pages detailing the search efforts, listing the names of volunteers and the areas they covered. There are dozens of dead-end leads scribbled down, reports of a suspicious-looking tramp seen miles away, a vague tip about a car from Tennessee. The official narrative being built on these pages is clear. This was the work of a phantom, an outsider who drifted in, did this terrible thing, and vanished. Yet as you read through the file, a glaring omission becomes a roar. The name of the powerful local family, the name everyone in the county was whispering, appears nowhere in these pages. Not once. There's no record of the son being questioned, no mention of the public incident at the church social. The official record is a perfect portrait of a blind eye being turned. It's a meticulously crafted document that leads everywhere except to the one place everyone knew to look. These papers aren't evidence of a failed investigation. They are the evidence of a successful and chillingly effective cover-up. In the weeks and months that followed June's disappearance, the mountains swarmed with men. It was a manhunt of epic proportions, a genuine outpouring of a community's grief and rage. Thousands of volunteers, their faces grim and determined, beat the bushes from sunup to sundown. They were honest, hard-working men, searching for a beloved teacher, hoping to bring a killer to justice. But the official arm of the law, the sheriff and his deputies, seemed to be working from a different map. While the volunteers combed the hollows near Fincastle Road, the sheriff was busy chasing phantoms. Every report of a stranger, a vagrant, or a man with an out-of-state accent was treated as a major lead. Posses were dispatched on wild goose chases, riding 20 miles in the wrong direction to question some poor, itinerant worker who couldn't have possibly been involved. They created a grand spectacle of a law enforcement agency working tirelessly to hunt down an outside evil. It was a brilliant piece of theater. It kept the community busy and directed the collective anger safely away from anyone with a powerful local name. After her body was found, the performance had to move from the mountains to the courthouse. A grand jury was convened, not to seek the truth, but to officially bury it. For days, witnesses were brought in, but they were the ones who had seen a suspicious tramp near the railroad tracks or an unfamiliar car on a distant road. The people who had been at the church social, the ones who had seen the public confrontation and the look of murderous rage on the young man's face, were never called to testify. The questions were carefully chosen, the path of inquiry meticulously routed around the truth. The verdict wasn't delivered in a packed courtroom by a jury foreman. It was delivered on the courthouse steps by the county prosecutor, a man who knew which families buttered his bread. He stood before the small crowd of reporters and heartbroken townspeople, his face a perfect mask of solemn regret. He announced that after an exhaustive investigation, the grand jury had found insufficient evidence to issue an indictment. He spoke of trails gone cold and the tragic reality of motiveless, random violence. With those few legal phrases, the case was officially closed. Justice had not been blind. It had been deliberately blindfolded. The law had pursued its course, but it was a course designed to lead to a dead end. As the crowd dispersed in a quiet, defeated murmur, the men from the powerful family, who had been watching from the back, could turn and walk away. The hunt was over. The law had pursued its quarry, and in the end had declared the monster to be a ghost, allowing the real flesh-and-blood killer to retreat back into the safety of the shadows, protected by a wall of money, power, and fear. Every story eventually ends in a quiet place like this. Him standing in an old church graveyard on a hill overlooking the valley, where the wind whispers through cedar trees, and the only sound is the crunch of my boots on fallen leaves. Most of the headstones are old, tilting, and covered in a soft green carpet of moss. But June Crabb's grave is not hard to find. Her family, and those who remembered, tended to it for years. It's a simple, modest stone with a small carved lamb at the top, a symbol of innocence. The dates carved into the weathered marble tell the whole tragic story. 1907, 1928, 21 years, a life that had barely begun. You stand here before this quiet stone, and you feel the weight of all that lost potential. The students she would have taught, the family she never had. It's a place of profound and lingering sadness. But the story doesn't end with this single stone. Because just 100 yards away, up on the crest of the hill, where the most prominent families are buried, there is another plot. It's a grand affair, marked by a large, polished granite monolith, the family name carved in big, proud capital letters for all the world to see. And there, in the shadow of that monument, is another grave. It's the grave of the young man who could never accept the word no. His dates tell a different story. He lived a long, full life, dying of old age, surrounded by family. They lie so close now, separated by a small patch of grass and an immeasurable gulf of sin. He, the perpetrator, under a proud stone proclaiming his family's legacy. She, the victim, under a humble marker of a life stolen away. You can't help but notice the cruel irony. Enemies in life, neighbors in death, resting in the same Appalachian soil. Looking from his grave back to hers, you're left with a haunting question. The law couldn't touch him. The community was too scared to. But what happened after? What was it like to live out those 60 or 70 years knowing what you had done? What shadows followed him home from that courthouse, and did they ever leave him be? After the courthouse doors closed and the official story was written, a heavy, suffocating silence fell over Scott County. For the Crabb family, it was the silence of a home hollowed out by grief. The light simply went out of their house. Junet's father, a man who had tirelessly walked every inch of these mountains searching for his daughter, was a broken man. He had lost his child, and then he had been forced to watch as her killer walked free, shielded by the very system that was supposed to protect them. They had no recourse, no appeal. To speak the truth aloud would have been to invite ruin, or worse, upon the rest of their family. So they carried their sorrow quietly, a private agony that would follow them to their own graves. For the young man and his family, life went on with an almost defiant normalcy. He married a girl from a neighboring county, had children, and in time became a respected businessman, just like his father. Their name continued to be synonymous with power and influence. They attended church on Sundays, donated to local causes, and held their heads high. They had proven their point. They were the law in these mountains, and their honor was worth more than a young woman's life. Their victory was total. They had not only silenced June Crabb, they had silenced justice itself. But the stories that have been passed down say that the victory was a hollow one. They say the young man, as he grew older, was haunted. Not by a ghost in white, but by something far worse, a perfect, unending memory. He took to drinking heavily, and his temper, which had always been a spark, became a raging fire. People learned to give him a wide berth. He never, ever took the Fincastle Road again, even if it meant adding an hour to his journey. He lived a long life, but it was a life lived in a prison of his own making, forever looking over his shoulder, not for the law, but for the face of a girl he had left in a briar-choked hollow on Clinch Mountain. The community, too, lived under that long shadow. They knew the truth. Every man, woman, and child knew who had done it, and they knew why nothing was ever done. The case of June Crabb became a quiet, bitter lesson in the two kinds of justice that existed in the mountains, one for the common folk and another for the powerful. It bred a deep and lasting distrust that soured relationships for a generation. Justice had been denied, but memory is a different kind of court, and in the minds of the people of Scott County, the verdict was never in doubt. To this day, the murder of June Crabb isn't a settled piece of history around here. It's a living wound, and if you try to touch it, you'll find it's still tender. The story has fractured over the decades, becoming a testament to the fact that the past is never really dead. Depending on which family you ask, you will get two starkly different, irreconcilable versions of the truth. Ask anyone whose family has been in these hills for a century, especially those with a connection to the Crabb family, and they'll tell you the story I've just told. They'll speak of June as a bright light, a symbol of innocence who was sacrificed on the altar of a powerful family's pride. To them, the case is a defining local tragedy, a story of an unforgivable crime compounded by an unforgivable cover-up. It is a cautionary tale about how money and influence can poison the very soul of a community and place a family above the law. In this version, the guilt is absolute, the injustice is clear, and the memory of June is that of a martyr. But there are still a few who hold to a different telling. If you could find a descendant of that other family, and if they would even speak to you about it, they would tell you a tale of slander. They'd say their ancestor was a good, hard-working man, and that his family's success bred jealousy and vicious rumors. They would dismiss the story of the church social as malicious gossip, a tale spun by lesser men to tear down their betters. They would point to the official record, to the sheriff's tireless hunt for a nameless tramp, as the real truth. In their version, their family is the victim, unfairly maligned for generations by a lie that took root and grew into an unkillable weed. And there you have it. Two stories, two histories occupying the same small patch of earth. One is a story of absolute guilt, preserved in the whispers of generations of ordinary people. The other is a story of absolute innocence, preserved by a family's defiant pride and backed by the clean, empty pages of the official record. The real, objective truth of what happened in that hollow probably died with the last person who was there. What we're left with are conflicting legacies. It's no longer just a question of what happened. It's a question of who you believe, and the answer says as much about you as it does about the past. When official justice fails in a place this isolated, the people find their own way to keep the truth alive. The story doesn't die. It just changes form. It escapes the dry, dusty pages of the official record and seeps into the local folklore. The hard edges of fact begin to soften and blur, and slowly, surely, a true crime story transforms into a full-blown Appalachian legend. Ask around today about June Crab, and some of the old-timers will tell you about the ghost of Fincastle Road. They say if you drive that lonely stretch of pavement late on a September evening, just as the fog is starting to settle in the hollows, you should watch the shoulder of the road carefully. They say you might see her, a figure in a simple dress, her face pale in the headlights, forever walking that final mile, trying to get home. Some even claim to have heard a single terrified cry carried on the wind, a sound that the mountains swallowed once and have been echoing ever since. But more than just a ghost story, her tragedy became a cautionary tale, a lesson whispered from mothers to daughters for generations. Her name became a warning about the dangers that can hide behind a neighbor's smile, a warning about the deadly fragility of a powerful man's pride. Her murder was no longer just a singular event. It was a living piece of folklore, a map of the hidden dangers that lay beneath the serene surface of their world, a brutal reminder that civilization is sometimes just a thin veneer stretched over something much older and wilder. This is the final stage of a story's life. It's how a community holds on to a truth that was officially denied. They turn the unbearable facts of history into the enduring power of a legend. The names of the guilty men might be spoken only in hushed tones, but the spirit of the story, the ghost of it, remains forever a part of the landscape, a permanent chill in the air on an otherwise quiet country road. So we find ourselves back where we started, on the side of this quiet, lonely road. The sun is lower now, casting long shadows that stretch across the asphalt like dark fingers. But it's not the same place it was when we began this journey. An hour ago, this was just a stretch of road. Now, it's a stage. The trees are the silent witnesses. The wind in the leaves carries the whispers of a story that this place has held for nearly a century. A story of a bright life ended and a dark secret kept. We went looking for the truth of what happened to June Crab, and we found it. Not in the official reports, but in the memories passed down through generations, in the cold logic of the landscape, and in the glaring empty spaces within the official record. We pieced it together, from the crushed hat on the floorboard to the two graves resting on the same hill. That's the power of these forgotten corners of the world. The next time you drive past a crumbling stone chimney standing alone in a field, or see a forgotten cemetery being slowly reclaimed by the forest, remember this. They aren't just empty spaces. They are libraries, filled with the stories of the people who came before us. Stories of love, pride, and the terrible choices that can echo forever. The Ford coupe has long since turned to rust. The men who did this, and the men who covered it up, are nothing more than dust and names on a family tree. Everything from that terrible September afternoon is gone. The people are gone. The evidence is gone. But the story remains.